welcome. We have had a series of workshops, as Kushal had mentioned. This happens to be the seventh one. The idea is that we wanted to walk people through practical aspects with hands-on workshops on from the beginning of somebody's journey as an entrepreneur and covering everything until the idea that, or a early stage entrepreneur or a startup. So covering basically all aspects that come up to pitching and maybe even networking, which is what we're going to do next. So we started off first with a workshop on ideation, how to prepare an idea and validation of that idea. From that ideation and validation, we moved into a business plan and business planning. And the next one that we did was business planning and strategy, including a business model canvas. And the third one that we ended up working on is prototyping, product development and prototyping. After that, we went into marketing and customer acquisition. The next one was on finance, financial management. So some of you finance people probably would have benefited, or would have benefited from that. So how many have I finished? 5. 5. Yeah, 5. And the last one that we did, the 6th one was on legal and compliance. So any business, well, I'll come to each of them shortly. After that, we went to, we are doing operations and scalability. We decided that scalability may not really need a full day session. So, and we also got a chance to talk about branding. We've got somebody coming down from Hyderabad who runs a branding services company. So we're going to be doing branding tomorrow, scalability in the morning tomorrow, and branding in the afternoon. Operations in the morning today by Deepak, and then in the afternoon by Ravi Ishwarapu. I'll introduce them once they get here. And then the next one that is going to be, next month is going to be on pitching and networking. How to pitch your idea, and also some networking tips and suggestions or exchange of ideas. So when we talk about a business, one of the first things that you think about is that I need to have a business idea. Okay. Now, regular business is easy because I can pretty much copy somebody else doing something and say, okay, I'll get into a similar business. However, startups are a little different. What's the difference between a startup and a regular business? Is there a difference? First of all, what is the difference?
Startup is innovating our own, implementing our own thoughts or ideas. Startup.
Okay.
Business means copying some other's idea and implementing.
Not necessarily, but okay.
Business is only for the profits.
Okay.
Like startup means our own creativeness, thinking, and our self-satisfaction towards that.
So it's not profits.
Passion, it includes passion. Like what I want to do in that business.
All the business people who are coming and talking to you are not passionate.
Yes, sir, they are, but they are much more into the profits today. Like startup means they need to, sometimes they need to sacrifice their profits too.
Okay. Shagal, you are not passionate about your company. Go ahead, Kushal.
So I think that the key difference between entrepreneurship and business is that entrepreneur brings a new product to a market, an innovative product to a market, whereas coming to business, it is like doing the existing product or existing business in a better way. So I think that this is something which differentiates both.
Well, businesses are run by entrepreneurs, so businessmen, businesswomen, business people, and entrepreneurs are one and the same. It's just a different word for it. But what we're talking about startups. The difference being that. Thank you. So. One thing that you did mention, well, actually, let's hear from the others. Why should we limit it to only 3 people? So, anyone else who has a thought?
There is a thin line between both of these terms, a startup or an entrepreneur or a business.
Okay.
Whereas he said it is very much into the part that in startup or entrepreneurship, wherein the person actually creates the urge to buy the product. So it's not like ultimately copying another business, but then bringing some other product into existence and actually creating a urge for that to use actually. That might be.
Creating an urge for a product is marketing, isn't it?
No. It's like, okay, they'll be bringing a product. It's like, okay, we can have a try on this product or service. It's in that way. Like something very much innovative. It might not be existing as well.
Yeah. So, just so that you, if you ask people what's the, people in the know, people who talk about startups and find that there's a difference between businesses and startups. One thing that some of you have said, which is correct, is that startups do something that's innovative. Businesses need not necessarily do something that's innovative, right? Again, I'm not saying businesses are not innovative, they are, but startups by definition are doing this because they're trying to do something innovative. It could be an innovative product or a service that's being done in an innovative manner. For example, restaurants have been existing for ages now. You go out and eat and there were restaurants all over. But when these food delivery services came in, they decided that they're going to make it convenient for you to come and take that food. Or rather, you don't have to go there, I will save you the time and effort and maybe sometimes money. Sometimes it's more money. But they bring the food to your doorstep, and that's what they're saying is their innovation. We have always had taxis and autos that you could rent and travel from a place to place. But somebody decided to make it a platform and say, I can have it to you on demand instead of you calling 1,000 people to find out who's available. So, keeping that in mind, one is the innovation. The second thing that I would like you to be aware of is that startups, by their nature, are scalable. Okay? How many of you have, and that's what people are looking at. How many of you know about scalability? What does scalability mean?
Sir, scalability is something like when a business or a process can grow without losing its efficiency.
That's one way of looking at it.
So scalability means spreading our business to other areas, like reaching out in many places.
Okay.
How we are actually leveraging our business and our customers and actually pushing it forward into the.
How our product is reaching to the customers.
Our product is reaching to the customers
The
is.
vast. So like,
Yeah, you can give an example if you want.
So scalability means crossing the borders for the reasons.
Yeah, I heard you.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to say something, so a couple of rules that I want to mention before we go any further. Okay, one, this is since the majority of you are new and here for the first time. This is not your classroom, right? And there is no exam at the end of this 2-day workshop. We're not going to grade you on anything. Uh, we expect that those of you who are here because you believe that there is going to be value addition to you, and that you're going to learn things that you would not know in a classroom, because that's a lot more theoretical, and this one we're going to do a bunch of hands-on exercises, activities, whatever is necessary to help you understand better and to get a maybe touch, maybe feel some idea. The second one, because this is not a classroom, this is like a handkerchief, is it? బస్లో చేతురుమాలు వేసాను, అందుకని నా సీట్ నాకు ఉంది. So once again, you can see she is a student in the Women's College for Engineering, Andhra University College of Engineering for Women. You want to introduce yourself? Andhra, introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. This is Bhavishri, and I'm from TiE Planets.
And what do you do?
I'm from engineering, Andhra University, 4th year, mechanical.
Okay. Right. She is in Andhra University, 4th year mechanical engineering, and you've seen the way that she talks, so you can understand that this is not a classroom. You should be fine, be comfortable.
Yes, sir.
Don't expect so what I was telling you is, don't be afraid of giving an answer thinking that you might be wrong and therefore let me not try an answer. You should participate, because unlike your classroom, nobody here is going to punish you or say anything and do anything to you, right?
Punishment schools లోనే ఎలా చేయట్లేదు మరి ఇంకేంటి punishment?
ఇలా క్లాస్కి వెళ్తే కదా పనిష్మెంట్. No, that's only because they're wearing those jackets and they're appearing that way. Ask them for their attendance record.
Yes, sir.
Not you. What's your attendance record?
100%.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes.
87%.
Sir, in my BTech sir 30.
No, here I am.
87%.
IIM is like around 98.
They'll bring it to 100%. They make sure we attend our classes.
They bringing it, Carl. That's why I asked you. I know. That's why I asked you. Because you are.
And also you get in the class.
Fine.
Because I taught over there a couple of courses, so I know. Good morning. So I know they had at that time, of course, they have a much lower. They have a much lower strength for the class now, but they had about 82 students in the class. And when we went to teach these classes, they had about 20, I think the maximum was 28 who attended, and the average was about 22. I guess that's why they introduced fines, so that they can make some extra money or make you attend classes. Anyway, okay, things are changing. So please don't be afraid of participating. But we do want you to be serious about attending these workshops. If you feel that these are not worth your time, then you don't need to come. But if you are here, please participate, pay attention, and don't go off into your own conversations. There'll be anything else? Yeah, we'll take care of your snacks and lunch, so don't worry about that. And coming back, so the second part, in addition to innovation that sets a startup apart from a regular business, happens to be this idea of scalability. And scalability means that going from one let's say shop one location to 10 locations, 100 locations, 1,000 locations, and so on. You grow exponentially rather than steadily. So when think about Uber, they started off in Delhi first, then they went to the other metros, and then they came to tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Think of actually in San Francisco when Uber got started, they basically had a small set, area in San Francisco where they were, I believe they started in SFO. Where they were servicing people, they figured out what the problems are, then did a little bit more, expanded to the whole city, and then once they got an idea, then they started expanding to the rest of the country and the world. So the two things that we talk about in terms of startups versus a regular business, the major difference in my view is that you are innovative and you are scaling. Okay, so I was just giving an overview of while waiting for you of the 7 sessions. So when you start with whether it's a regular business or a startup idea, you need to start with an idea. And there are processes, there are techniques which allow you to go through different ideas to finalize on an idea that is worth pursuing. And that idea needs to be validated. Who validates an idea or business idea? How?
You think whether it is worth for them or whether they can try it or not.
So ultimately, you as a person, entrepreneur, is going to be the person who is going to, come up with the idea. But you need to make sure there are customers who are going to buy it. If there are no customers, then your idea is worthless. At least in terms of making money or growing your business. Right? So we did that ideation and validation, and then we did a business model and strategy. With a business plan, the idea behind it is anything that you do, if you don't do it with a plan, if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. Right? If I fail to have a business plan, then I am making sure that my business is going to fail. That's my plan. So to avoid that and to also think through various aspects about your business, we do a business plan and strategy. How do you go about doing different things in your business? Then the next session that we talked about was about, next workshop was on product development and prototyping. Before I go and put a product out in the market or a service out in the market, I need to first figure out how it looks, what it feels like, and all of that. We did that. Then we talked about marketing and customer acquisition. In the next workshop, how do you sell this? How am I going to, what are the different channels that I'm going to sell it in? How do I reach my customers? Who are my target customers in the first place? And all of that. And how do I acquire customers? What is my customer acquisition cost? And so on. And following that, we did a session on financial management. Without blood, we die, right? Flowing through our circulation system. Similarly, without finance, your organization is not going to survive. So how do you manage your finances, cash flows, profit and loss? Overall, how do you make sure that your business is running and your business will grow? What kind of loans can you take? What are grants that are available? Those kinds of things were discussed. Then one of the biggest challenges that you have as a business person is in terms of complying with the law. If you start a business and you say I'm going to run the business but you don't follow the law, you're going to be in big trouble very quickly. And in India, there are lots and lots and lots of laws. There are 199 different rules minimum of 199 rules that you need to comply with as a business in India. So that is a statement that was recently released. Those are the regular ones, not the ones that are specific to a particular business, which is a lot more. So how do you deal with that, and how do you comply with those kinds of things? including your intellectual property. I created something. I don't want somebody else to copy it. How do I protect myself? I need to go and either file, get a patent, right? Yes, copyright. And if you have a trademark for your company, then your trademark and so on. So we finished that. Finally, now we've come to operations, and Deepak is here on time, just in time to get started with that. So I'll hand it over to him. Just a quick introduction. Dr. Deepak Magala is, he finished his PhD, he's from BITS Pilani, finished his PhD in the US. I started a bunch of businesses, one of them is this really big business called Aclaris that they sold off about 8 years ago. 8 years, finally they exited, and we are now a part of a company called Alcove Partners. Deepak, I, Ravi Shurapu that you'll meet in the afternoon, Kiran Korvi, and one person called Peter. We have started this Alcove Partners for mentoring and investing in primarily startups. Okay? There's a lot of stuff that he knows, but I won't take that long because he'll stop me, so might as well I stop myself. Over to you. I think 10 of them are from IIM, and the others, you know.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Apologies for being late, but I'm sure Srinivas gave you all some wisdom. So, quick, know each other. You just sit down, like, let's start from here.
This is Maharashmi. I'm from IIM Business School, and my specializations are finance and marketing.
If you guys have a startup idea, startup experience, please let us know. So when we talk about things, I can refer to your experience.
So actually, in our college, name is Malika, we started an entrepreneurship program. We have a startup.
What's it doing? Sorry?
Green HRM.
Green?
HRM.
Green HRM. What are they doing?
So like, it's an exam policies towards the environment.
Why green? Why green?
It's like sustainability, like we use recycle some of the policies like
In HR?
that. Yes, sir.
Recycle people?
Mm.
Anyway, sorry. We'll get to know it.
That's okay.
How about you?
Sir, my name is Rupandra. I am coming from IIM Business School.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. My name is Vigna Aisha, coming from IIM.
I'm Sumaya, I'm coming from IIM Business School.
My name is Raju, I am from IIM Business School.
Hello sir, good morning. Kushal, I'm a BTech graduate. I'm actually pursuing my BTech 4th year in T1.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. This is Bhavishri from Andhra University, the stream of mechanics.
Good morning, sir.
Which year, ma'am?
Fourth year.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. This is Kishore from IIM.
Good morning, sir. I'm Bhagidi from IIM.
Okay.
Good morning, this is Sumarika Gopal Chetty from IIM Business School, and my specializations are finance and marketing.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. I'm Pratyusha from IIM Business School, second year MBA, and my specializations are operations and marketing.
Maybe you should take the session here.
Good morning, sir. I'm Anthony from IIM Business School, second year PGDM, and my specializations are operations and marketing.
I guess you can. So who's part of this green HR?
Yes.
Raise your hand. Just two of you. Okay. Are there more who are not here?
Yes.
Okay.
Like,
I think they gotta hear hear your introduction. Oh, you're all part of the all sessions? Okay, then that's fine.
No. We had a round of introductions before you.
Oh, Shrena's already did that. Okay. Alright. So, we'll talk about operations. It's not a very exciting subject, but necessary. You know, it's the core of any business. After you move from an idea, that's where you try and make some money and solve the problem that you set out to solve. So it's going to be a lot of verbose there. If you are going to sit down and start reading this slide, it's going to be like another lecture session for you. The reason I asked you to introduce yourself is so I can pull on some common thread here and make it a little more exciting than it is if you look at that. Srinivas probably mentioned to you, we're going to have a worksheet here. So end of the session, we're going to pass this around. Maybe you could do it in pairs. We want to discuss what you write down in the worksheet, so that's going to take quite a bit of time. Although I have a lot of slides here, I'll just quickly go through them. The idea is for you to get the basic of it on what we're trying to talk about today, but really apply it on the worksheet. Worksheet, you'll learn a little bit here, more structure, but what we want from you is really your understanding of how you will solve a problem for a startup, but as an operations person, okay? All right? So ops is all about leading people, right? You gotta lead a team to run the company. So you're solving problems, you're efficiently managing resources. Resources could be, you guys don't need to take down notes, there's not a lecture. Okay, try and observe what you see on the screen and what I'm talking about. Raise your hands if you have questions. If you're able to relate to any of this, think of that and then talk about it. So I'm assuming we are talking about early stage startup other than what we have here. So operations, or for that matter, any role in an early stage startup is essentially taken up by the founder or a founder team, right? They are the know-all, they are the do-all, they wear several hats because you don't want to invest or spend more money hiring people, right? Initial stages, the founding team does everything. There are classic places where they buy office furniture, they clean the bathroom if necessary, go pick up coffee and tea. That's the whole startup journey, right? That's the typical startup journey. You do everything, roll up your sleeves and do everything. And that's how you understand your company. That's why startup founders are very important even at later stages, because they've seen the growth of the company. But yeah, once you get to a certain stage, what happened to you? Uber will happen to any. If you reach that $1 billion company, and then there are a lot of investors, they may not like the way the startup founder is functioning, because after a certain level, that style of functioning doesn't help you. Fortunate if you get to that stage, but understand that startup founders are very, very critical to the company, but they can also be detrimental if they have fixed views of what the company and how it should be run. Okay? More often than not, the founder is the first salesperson, because he found a problem, he found a solution. So obviously, who better than to sell that? That guy, right? Who found the problem and the solution. So they may not be good at sales and marketing, but they can certainly help set the direction by talking about the products. So typically, when you go for a sales call, either on the phone or in person, the founder is also part of it. They may have professional sales and marketing guys in the team, but founder is probably part of it, simply because he found the solution. And if the client has a slightly different problem, he can solution it very fast because he already has experience. Whereas the sales and marketing team may not do that because they are specialized in just sales and marketing, not really finding the solution. Of course, they may also oversell, overcommit than what the founder would want to. So you want to balance that. So these are other roles that they would wear, depending upon the background of the founder or the founding team. In today's world, more often than not, the founding team has tech skills. Not necessary that they need to, but they end up having tech skills. So if you have tech skills, then it's far easier for you to push out upgrades and updates to your solution because it's all in your head and then on your computer. And For a tech startup, that's the quickest way to come out to the market with the solutions. HR and hiring, equally important. After the founding team, you got to build the next level team, right? The people who really do the day-to-day activities as you're growing. Now, if you don't hire right, the entire team is going to collapse. Sometimes your founding team itself may not be right. You may find out that after a while that your founding team, one of the founding team members is pulling the others down. Simply because they are different, they think different. It was great when you started, but after a while when the startup needs to grow, the founding team holds it together very tightly and doesn't let the startup grow. That's also going to be the That's when you want to get the outside help come in and play that role. Okay? So really early stage startups, you all understand bootstrapping, right? So bootstrapping is where you want your money to last longer. You don't spend money on unnecessary things. So minimalism. So you want to keep things simple. Even in your solution, you want to get this. Solutions shouldn't be very complex. Unless the problem is so complex like rocket science or nuclear engineering, your solutions needs to be simpler. The simpler it is, the more appealing it will be, and more easier to get to the market, and for the customer to understand, hey, this is a simple and elegant solution to the problem I have. It's not necessary, but if that's an approach that you have as an option, you got to take that. Okay. You want to avoid unnecessary overheads, no fancy offices, no fancy. Well, if you have a laptop, you can do with a laptop, but you need a gaming laptop. You got to understand, is it necessary for your startup? Iterate, continuously improve processes, be open to the feedback and adapt. Those are very, very important for founders, and typically we don't see that in founders. They're not open to feedback. They don't adapt. Why? Because it's their baby, right? I know what is right. I know the problem, I have the solution. Don't tell me. That's a quick way to death. Because you don't buy it, right? Somebody else buys your solution. So you gotta be continuously open for feedback. You gotta adapt. If you're not selling, then obviously you're not the brainy guy who had the solution right? Cross-functional collaboration. This is again for startups. Once you have other people, smarter people join you, you'll hear marketing guys coming back with feedback from the market, saying, hey, market is not asking this product, or this size won't sell. You gotta change the size. This flavor won't sell, or this subscription model won't sell. So you gotta hear feedback from all the cross-functional teams. The finance guy will tell you, hey, this kind of payroll we won't be able to sustain because the market doesn't have this kind of payroll for this staff. Similarly, HR guys may tell you that we can't find people. Huh? Yeah, we can find people, not at the right fit. Please increase the salary. Finance guy will say, sorry, no money. So you got to be hearing all this feedback and then try and compromise, find the right path. Somebody will tell you, hey, let's relocate to Bangalore. It's far easier to find people. Yeah, your operational every cost is going to go up 2 or 3x. Versus, well, you don't find the right people here. So what's the middle path? What's the middle path? Hire people in Bangalore but run the company from here? Remote work? Will that work?
Depends.
Huh?
It depends on the business.
Yeah, it depends on type of business. But then some functions are easy, right? Remote function. For example, HR can be remote. Finance can be remote. Tech can be remote. So who tell me? Well, if you're selling physical products, there's a little bit of challenge in having everything remote. But having remote also throws up its own challenges, right? But then you gotta look at it. Do I relocate for having a physical team, or should I stay in a low-cost area where I have access to market? So those are the decisions you gotta make. So quickly, I'll go through a couple of slides of metrics and KPI that a startup would need to keep. It's not necessary that you need to keep, but it's good to know that these features exist. You want to come here if you can see? Come here. So you hear startups throwing a lot of this jargon, these acronyms, CAC, LTV, MRR, LTV, and all those things. So this is more of being aware that these things are there. For your specific startup, you want to have some metrics and KPIs, because how do you know your startup is running right? If you keep everything in the founder's head, it's not going to work, right? At some point in time, your startup is going to present themselves to external investors or external partners. So for them to understand where your startup is, they want to see the performance metrics, KPIs. What is your goal and objective? Do you want to hit a certain revenue level? Revenue is the simplest thing, right? Sales, I want to hit 10,000 units of sales. But how much money did you spend to get that 10,000 sales? That's where the customer acquisition cost is. How much are you spending in your marketing efforts? How much are you spending on your social media spend? How much are you doing in terms of physical leaflets if you go around that? Or television ads, no startup does it, but I'm just saying. So all the money that you spend in acquiring a customer should be less than the sale cost of the product, right? Not necessary. Because initially you spend a lot more to acquire the customer. And then as the customers come, if the growth is exponential, which is the hope, then your customer acquisition cost is going to go down because you'll have more sales. That's where most startups like Uber, Ola, they never made money initially. I don't know if they're making money now, but they never made money initially. They wanted to build that market, that segment. The yellow cabs or whatever cabs that we had before Ola and Uber came on scene. They couldn't understand how they're able to price themselves at that. But then they built that entire market. They had, a lot of money was spent promoting the product initially. They did not make any money at all. They were burning money like hell. But then they got to a stage where they were getting a lot of sales, and that's when the customer acquisition cost went down. You don't see a lot of ads on Uber and Ola. You don't see promotions now. You know that the prices have gone up. Initially it was $100, now it is more like $250, which is more realistic, right? $80 was cheaper than an auto, right? At some point in time. The other one, runway, is another one that you want to keep your eye on, in the sense that you build your startup, you raise some money, your own friends and family is the first one that you go to. They gave you, say, 10 lakhs. So this is going to last me 10 months. So that's the runway that you have before you raise more money. They're all self-explanatory. ARPA is something that we often see in terms of when you see news about mobile operators, they talk about ARPA. Annual contract value, typically when you have a B2B sale, you talk about annual contract value. Lifetime value is again a prediction, how much that customer is going to give you over the lifetime. Customer concentration risk. This is in the situations where you have one large customer accounting to say 60–70% of your entire revenue, and how many such customers that you have, meaning that you are at risk if any of them walks out, right? So that number gives us, the third party, an idea about how your revenue is, the revenue cookie crumbles. Daily active users, again, this is for technology, app-based things or portal-based things, where you see the users being engaged with your product or your platform. Number of logins, similarly, it's the same thing. Activation rates, people come in, look at things and walk out, right? So that's not really going to be helpful. So the next level is activation. Now they're taking some action on your portal or your app, and that rate would help determine if your site or your product is a little stickier than the others. Month-on-month growth, monthly cash burn rate. Again, we talked about runway, so this is related to that cash burn. Gross burn is monthly expenses plus any other cash outlays. So all these things are good when you talk about the financial condition of your startup. But as an operations, you would want to be tracking these numbers, because with everything in life, unless it's an objective measure, you don't know where you are. So you should never say that, hey, I have a startup that's like 36 months old. That says nothing, right? I have a startup that has a revenue of 1 crore last year. You're growing at 50%. Our monthly cash burn is this much, our runway is this much. So that tells you more objectively of where your startup is. So in that sense, this is important for operations, because every month you calculate these numbers and see if you're getting better. And when you talk about your goals and objectives, they'll be in terms of these metrics. You say, I want to have an annual run rate of this. I want to have a monthly run rate of this. Annual run rate is, you calculate for a 12-month period, but then you can't track that every month, right? So you want an MRR tracking that. Net Promoter Score, that's also important. That's from the client perspective. Your buyer or your client, how likely is they to recommend your product to a friend? Very, very important. If your startup needs to grow, explode exponentially, that score needs to be high. You can't possibly reach out to every client for them to come and make a purchase, right? The word of mouth needs to spread. So if that needs to spread, your NPS needs to be high. So that's not something that you do very often, but periodically you want to calculate NPS to see if you're getting better. If that number is very low, you want to see what's causing that. Is your customer service?
How do you assess that?
Survey. So network effects. Effect of one user on the value of that product with other people, related to NPS, right? If your NPS score is higher, then you go and talk about it. Anybody heard about Metcalfe's law? Okay, it's not something that's been coined this century. It's been there when the internet was built, the Ethernet. So what it says is the more number of people you have in any network, then the benefits of the networks grow exponentially. So you have 100 people, and so 100 square is how their Metcalfe's law defines it. So the more number of people are added to the network, just like Ola, Uber happened, that's the reason. They are smart people. They know that there's a network effect. So to acquire that 100,000 people, they spend money like crazy. But once that 100,000 people came in, the growth was exponential. Because then the word of mouth spreads and everybody, hey, did you use an Ola to come here? It almost became a verb, right? Did you Ola here? Did you Uber here? People were using Uber like a verb. Uberization. All these cliched things got into the picture. That's because of the network effect. Once people tasted that product, used that product, the benefits of the product were spread word of mouth, almost like wildfire. Platform risk. If you use a specific platform, say, I don't know if people still use FB, I'm told they don't. So if your marketing was entirely on FB, and once FB got tagged as 40 plus or 50 plus users, and not the young customers, then it got bucketed in a certain age segment, right? So if you're doing all of that, there's a platform risk associated with it. So we talked about metrics that are useful for an operation function to measure itself, set some goals, set some objectives. Let's look at what other components are there to operations planning. So all the metrics that we talk about is where you set your measurable goals, right? That align with your vision. So if you're saying that in business school, they talk about mission and vision, right? I mean, I personally hate that. You know, vision as a startup, how can you define a vision as a startup? I mean, you have something, but business schools, the whole textbooks have been written by looking at companies that are multi-million or multi-billion-dollar companies, right? So they have vision and mission, but I'm sure they didn't start with that vision or vision. But business school teach it as first put down your mission, vision of your business. It's nice if you put down, but you don't have to force yourself to come up with a grand vision. A simple vision is fine. You can always change it. More objective things is revenue targets, customer acquisition, which is the number of customers you want to hit within the first few months or a year, or customer acquisition costs, product milestones, whatever it is, objective. You have to be objective, no subjective here. In a business, nothing should be subjective. It's all numbers. Yeah, as a startup, initial days, you can be all dreamy, but once you start the business, it needs to be very metrics driven, number driven. Understand your industry and target, know your industry trends, competitors, customer preferences, and all that. I gotta take this call. Hello?
Any questions? Comments? Yeah. Alcohol business advisory, alcohol fund. Yeah, well, they need to first of all understand these before they can do that. So, since you don't have any questions and Michelle is busy scrolling his phone,
No.
any of you, one of the things that I want to mention as an aside, there are internships available at Avni Organics as well as on the startup company over here. If you're interested, let us know. Wait, her or me, and we'll talk to you about that afterwards.
So when you roll out your product or solution into the market, you heard about TAM, SAM, right?
Sizing. The market sizing.
Yeah. Great numbers, but then beyond numbers, they don't have value to your startup. But anyway, you gotta understand your market. You gotta understand if there's similar products and the products or services in the market. See why those services or products are selling. What's the customer profile for the people who are buying those products and services? If you're addressing the same market, how's your product different from the product that's already in the market? You gotta have differentiation, otherwise you can't sell, right? That's the reason you can't have, several Olas or Ubers. First thing, it costs a lot more money, but I'm just saying, if there's no differentiation, you can't sell in the market, right? More importantly, you gotta see, is there a problem that is still not addressed? So, you gotta probably discuss this. build a startup, do you start with an idea? Huh?
With a problem, sir.
Yeah. So most people don't get it, right? Typically, be realistic, be honest here. You have an idea in your head. You want to do a startup, right? Right? Most people do that. I mean, they don't look at the problem. I mean, they look at the problem, but then it's a problem for you. You don't realize whether it's a problem for everybody else, right? Are there going to be buyers if you find a solution to that problem? So it more important than having a nice idea in your head, you got to see a problem that needs to be solved. Okay. Marketing strategy. How do you reach out to your set of customers? You know, again, I used the word profiling earlier. So your customer needs to be profiled. What gender, what socioeconomic status, what age group, what are their buying patterns, what are their consumption patterns, you know. You probably read about news where you see a lot of sales on Amazon late in the night, right? The reason is these people, they're only able to spend that time in their day or night because everything else is taken up by their daily activities. So Amazon realized that there's a lot of traffic in the night where they get a lot of sales. So if your product identifies a customer profile that sees purchase activity in the night, then you got to use channels, you got to use marketing strategies that find that set of customers, right? So that's the place where you find your customers. So that's the reason why it's important to understand your customers and then come up with a strategy appropriate. Keyword is adaptable. You know, iterate, adaptability, very, very important words for startups. You cannot set your minds and say, I'm not going to change my mind. You know, nothing is concrete in a startup. Everything is fluid. You got to be very open to taking feedback, taking input, and then be decisive. Don't dilly-dally on things, you know. You have taken your input, take a decision, making some assumptions, go forward, then again do a loop. Take a feedback. Are your assumptions correct? Are the assumptions wrong? Has something changed in the market? Something changed with the product? Make that course correction. That's where iteration comes, right? Financial plan. Operations can't function without a financial plan, right? You got to look at the expenses that you have. You know, the cost of business, the cost of making your product, making your service available, cash flows, break-even points. Business guys would get this, you know, because teach you all this stuff. Business structure and operations. It's nice that the founding team is still running the operations, but more often than not, after a certain traction in their business, you'll have more people join your team because hopefully the business is booming. You need more people to handle the volume. So you should be thinking, as a founder, you should be thinking about what should be the structure of this team. How many people do I need to run this team? And what is the reporting structure? What are the metrics for these guys? What's the culture that you want in your company? Right? Unless they are close in terms of culture and values, you won't have a cohesive team. You know, you have people who love the work culture where they work long hours, and then you have some people who don't like long hours. Not everybody like Narayan Murthy saying you have to put in 70 or 80 odd hours, right? People just do their heads. But then you have, I'm sure Bhavesh Agarwal, the Ola guy, Ola Electric guy, he said, as a startup founder, if you think you can work anything less than 80 hours, guys, you're in the wrong business. Honestly. If you want to work less than 80 hours as a startup, you should probably look at a job. If you're getting into a startup kind of entrepreneurship activity, 80 hours is just the norm. So these are things that you got to consider before you get into entrepreneurship. You also need to consider growth and expansion if things are going good. Anticipate the scaling challenges.
Break in about 10-15 minutes or whenever.
Sure. How will you handle increased demands, new markets, global domination, flexibility, and foresight are critical. Everything is going great, your business is good, but sometimes as a startup you get into a tendency of focusing on tomorrow. You're not focusing on, say, the next year or 2 years from now, or at least even the 6 months, because you're so busy running the company that you're not focused on where you want to be, how will you get there. It's a good situation to be in, but then a quick recipe for disaster. You know, if you're focused on tomorrow and the day after you have a huge order, you just fall flat, right? Or you may be making money, but if you don't have funds in the system to help pay the payroll or buy more products to make your own product, all this planning activity needs to be done right. So some strategies in your operations planning activity. I've taken some examples here. We talked about culture, right? The team needs to have a cohesive culture. Culture is something that mostly is set forth by the founders from the values that they believe in, from how they want to be known, or what they stand for. Culturally, the extreme is SpaceX or Tesla, right? Or Google, for that matter. You know, they have a culture where they set forth to solve the problems of the world. You know, you need to look at what Google founders set forth to solve. It's all like global level. Same thing with SpaceX. The growth of SpaceX, more importantly, the success of SpaceX. You heard about SpaceX, right?
Yes.
Yeah. SpaceX achieved something in a period of time that was just mind-blowing. What NASA, with unlimited budgets, couldn't achieve. And that probably gives you a pause for thought and lets you ponder on statements like private sector is better than public. You know, these guys put their money and brains behind the venture SpaceX. They have achieved flights that NASA couldn't do for a very long time. NASA being government funded and having the best brains, but they probably didn't have a taskmaster like Elon Musk. You know, somebody who cracked the whip, both at Tesla and both at, SpaceX.
The latest with the space station retrieval.
Yeah.
So Lisa Williams is going to be brought on SpaceX and not Boeing.
Right. Look at that. Boeing is a private company too, but Boeing has been doing what it's been doing for decades. Slowly it became like the public sector. I'm talking about references in India, public and private sector. And then SpaceX is something that, but then you also have failures there, right? And I'm talking about leadership like Elon Musk, which made it possible. He was able to attract the best talent, meaning he provided the culture, the fit. Everybody wants to work in these places. They're high tense, high stressful environments, but people still go and work there. The alternative was that started by Paul, somebody, Microsoft founder. That was one, and then Virgin Atlantic founder also had a space tech company. I think, of course, Amazon had its own space tech company, but none of them could achieve what SpaceX was able to achieve. Growing talent and leadership of the company. Again, your HR hiring strategy unless you if you're hiring high performance people within your team, they're very restless, right? You gotta give them a challenge. The work needs to be challenging, and you gotta set big targets. If you say, I want to grow 10% this year, but think 10% is not what a startup should be aiming for. You should be aiming for 100% every year. You still do 10% and make money, but then it will probably be a business and not so much of a startup. Startups are typically high growth companies. You can start with 10 and then hit 100 as you iterate your product. So you have to show them the path for growth, your team, or they're not going to be with you. Don't expect them to be with you a long time. So you got to have a strategy where you're hiring high performance guys who stay with you for a year, 2 years if you're lucky. But then you got to have more people joining you, fresh talent. Okay. Agile methods. Anybody in the tech world would know what agile methods are. Encouraging new ideas. We talked about cross-functional teams feedback. This is similar strategy where you ask everybody for an idea. Startups, young startups usually have something called like a stand-up meeting every day. I mean, even mature companies have it, where they talk about how the company's performing for a very short period, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, where they talk about how the previous day is and what the current day's challenges are. This is where you get to know what's happening around the company if your company is big. Or in a smaller company, everybody talks about the challenges and solutions. So one of the cultures in a company is you don't want people coming to you with problems all the time. Pretty soon the leadership is, this guy, no, wait, I don't have time for you. So don't get into that position. Even when you go for your careers, don't take problems to your supervisor. Tell them there's a problem, here are the possible solutions. That's when you'll grow. Kind of an entrepreneur, even if you choose the career path. Putting customer first. Obviously, the whole purpose of your existence is for the customers, right? So you gotta be listening very close to the customers. We talked about one metric, NPS, which is not something that you do on a regular basis. But then some companies ask a feedback after every sale, which is also excessive. Well, maybe depending upon the product that you purchase, you would probably want to do it. If the product that you purchase once in 5 years, then you don't mind giving that feedback, right? Immediately after purchase, which essentially tells them about the purchase process, nothing more. But then you want to go back to the customer 2 years down the road and see how it's performing. That is very valuable feedback. You want to see how your product is performing in the real world. Is it being used the way you expected it to be used, or is it being used differently? People have some innovative ways of using products, right? Some of them are so wild from the intent of the product maker that they have gone crazy. Product makers have never imagined that their product could be used for something like that. Creating a community. This is like where you want to build a community of followers around your product, where you get to hear what's happening with the product. Why did every company, all sorts of companies had a social media presence? Because they wanted to hear firsthand from their customers about the positive things that were going on with the product, about negative things that were going on the product. There was a situation, there were times when there's something wrong with your product. The only way you could get back to the company was write them a letter. This was before email. And then email helped a little, but you could write an email. Then you never got a response from some companies, right? Then the consumer revolution of social media happened. And companies were forced to have social media presence because they quickly realized that they can talk about their own product and services in the social media, have a lot more, or to use the parameter that we say, lower customer acquisition cost. So they build their social media presence. What they did not bargain for is, they also had customers complaining in the same social media. They didn't like the product, the product was delivered damaged, something was frayed, the wire was frayed. They had zero patience. Earlier, before the social media was there, well, the product had one dent, fine, let's live with it. If some manual was missing, fine. It's not going to impact the working of the product, right? But in social media world, hey, product's dented. I'm never going to buy from you again. The company has to react immediately, right? So it was a double-edged thing. They got instant feedback. They also had instant negative feedback that they should be acting on immediately. So creating a community definitely helps. The positives from that outweigh the negatives. Even if the negatives are, you're able to control and manage by responding to it faster, right? In terms of resource managing, smart outsourcing. We talked a little bit about remote people, right? Remote teams. So outsourcing is a little more, little advanced than that, in the sense they're not even on your staff. For example, finance function. Not too many startups want to have that in-house. You can always outsource the finance function. You got to find the right partner. Most startups are very hesitant doing it. But then it's a good idea to outsource this, because when it comes to compliance, it's far easier to outsource to somebody who's best at that, and they tell you how to meet the compliance objectives. Resource efficiency, that's a pretty basic thing. You will always be thinking about that. Investing in research and technology. You build a product, that's not the end of it. Coming back to the word iterate, you're always constantly evaluating it. It's not just that, you also see what else is changing in the world. The whole Gen AI thing that came in about 1.5 to 2 years back. Before it came on scene and pre and post Gen AI, all the products have undergone some change. Everybody has an AI. AI was there for like about 5-6 years. We've been hearing the word AI hype along with the products, AI-driven ML and all that. But they were more hype than really application of AI. AI suddenly became easy once you had Gen AI. The applications were different. Gen AI is a very small part of the entire AI ML landscape. But today, even if the company doesn't see a fit for using AI, it is being forced to think of innovative ways on how it can implement AI. Because your clients are asking some flavor of it. More importantly, your investors are offering some flavor of it. Why are the investors offering? Because investors know for a certainty that the AI label sells, not just the label. You're a lot more scalable if you have AI in your product or service. In general, I'm not talking about specifically every product or service will benefit from it, but in general, that's the trend. Having automation. So you got to keep an eye on all these new technologies, new channels, social media channels that are coming out there that you could use to sell your product and service, that you could use to improve your customer sales effort or service effort. Okay, the idea is you got to be ahead of the curve, right? If you're riding the curve, you got to be on top of it, not on the bottom of it. So if the wave has already left you, it's very difficult for you to catch up. So if somebody's thinking about startups, you're already thinking about using AI and automation. It makes scaling a lot more easier in general again. At the very basic level, in India, we always had this challenge of English. Everybody knows English. But is it the right English? Probably not. So when you write a communication to your client, depending on where you are in India, you'll write it differently because you're influenced by your mother tongue. The slang is different. There's a distinct differentiation, distinct flavor difference between the English that's written up in the NCR, Punjab area versus what's written down south. Even down south, there's a lot of differences in how we write English. Gen AI took that away, right? You write a response, it's going to rewrite it for you. Grammarly did a little bit of that, but Gen AI took it to an entirely different level altogether. Suddenly all your correspondent, yes, it's a lot more verbose now, because Gen AI tends to say a lot of things that are not necessary in the business communication, but at least it's understandable. It conveys the message. But in a daily communication, if people are using it within the company, using Gen AI, it's going to quickly get very boring, and you're going to have people blow up reading those Gen AI generated messages in email and text messages. Okay, we'll take a break here. We're pushing the worksheets towards the end of the session. We'll come back and look at another part of another section of operations where we look at optimizations, and then we'll do the worksheet. Okay, 11:15 now. We'll meet again at 11:30. Okay. What's your background? When you start with an idea to a solution, you don't write down the idea, right? You draw a couple of flow charts or pictorial, visual representation of your idea and what it is trying to address. You heard about mind mapping tools? So you have, blocks of information that you want to conduct, or it's in your head, multiple solutions to a problem, multiple approaches to a problem. It's all in your mind, but it's nice to put it down on paper, which is where your mind mapping comes in. Similarly, in operations, you have something called process mapping. So you want to develop workflows, pictorially or visually, where you represent the process in a block diagram. The reason to do so, it's a very concise representation of what otherwise would be a couple of pages deep, right? And the advantage you get by visually making this representations of the process is you understand what's happening in each block. You understand what are the external factors that may impact that specific sub-process. And then once you understand the risks involved in that sub-processes, you can also come up with solutions to address those right there. So visual representations of process in operations will make the entire process very easy to analyze, troubleshoot. And also the offshoot of that is you consistently follow the same thing. So as a founder, you followed a particular process, but then your team has grown. Unless you have some documentation that tells this is how a sale is made, this is how the product is built, this is how a customer feedback is handled. It really boils down to the person who's handling it to come up with the process, and you're not consistent. So somebody may be very good at addressing customer complaints, but you have a new person in the team, and they are, if it is left to them to come up with ways of handling the feedback, the customers are going to say, "What? I want that customer representative, I don't want you." Meaning the company is not giving a consistent, what's the word I'm looking for here? Consistent way of responding to problems, right? So the answer to that is documentation. You got to accept it that not everybody is good at documentation, right? Documentation is writing reams and reams of paper. So quickest approach to that is having a process mapped out as a visual workflow. You don't have to add the sentences. If you have a visual workflow defining the process, everybody understands these are the steps in the process. Now, if it is a very complex thing, then you want to have a written description of each process or sub-process. So having that in place makes the operations very consistent and, more importantly, efficient, because everybody follows the same thing. And if you, for some reason, you hit a bottleneck, you understand what's the reason for the bottleneck, because you have the process mapped out. So once you have process, you're also tracking some metrics related to the process, right? You know, you get some feedback, you get the data, so which you kind of use to improve on the process further. So there's a lot of informed decision making, and then risk mitigation. So when you see there are external factors influencing a particular sub-process, you kind of mitigate those risks because you understand, hey, this is going to impact the process if it rains too much, something like that. So what do you do if it rains too much, or if your merchandise got wet? How do you handle it? Do you refurbish the merchandise, or do you just jump? All these decisions are thought through once it's visualized. Enhanced communication and collaboration. These are all benefits of mapping your process. Okay, you have a common language, you have a shared understanding because everybody is looking at it, and everybody should get the same meaning out of the process. So you know whose responsibility ends where and whose responsibility starts next. So meaning you have improved teamwork. From the fact that you are only responsible for this sub-process, there's accountability. If something goes wrong here, you're accountable for it, not the entire company. So things are fixed easier if they're broken. Scalability and growth. So once you have the process mapped out and you figure out if we have to move a lot more volume of products through this process, you understand where the bottlenecks are going to happen. So you can add more sub-processes somewhere in that process flow, so you can handle the additional volume. Compliance and risk management. So when you're selling products in the market, you have to adhere to certain regulations. Each product may be defined by a different set of regulations. So if you're working with food, there will be a separate set of regulations with food. If you're working with electronics, there's a separate set of regulations with electronics. If your processes are completely mapped out, it's easy if there's an audit or if there's a adulteration claim, you know where that would have happened because it's all clearly defined. So that's also a benefit of mapping out your processes. So once you are mapping Another benefit that comes from it is optimization. Now, if you are staring at a process and then you want to figure out, how do I make this more efficient? How do I optimize this process? So how do I squeeze everything from this process? That's where the optimization approach comes in. And so if you're looking at inventory, stock levels, what's the bare minimum that I want to do? All this you learn in business schools, right? Just-in-time management and all that. So they're all ways of improving the efficiency of your resources. Do you really want to invest in a lot of stock, and will there be dead stock? The finance guy will say, why do you need so much stock? Why do I, pay for something that's just sitting idle, right? Supply chain optimization, you'll hear a lot of that this afternoon. Essentially, supply chain is when your product needs a lot of other parts that go into making your product. You work with the vendors that supply the product, right? Is this supplier better? Is that supplier better? This guy's value is good, but then the quality is not good. So that's a huge thing for manufacturing companies. A very good example is auto manufacturers. They have huge supply chain management processes in place. Logistics. It involves both in terms of getting your parts as well as selling your finished product. What does it cost? Today, all e-commerce companies are able to sell you products at a discounted price because they really tweak the logistics part of it. It costs peanuts to transport a product from one part of the country to another part. Something like 30, 40 rupees or even less per kilogram across the country, if you are an e-commerce player. Another optimization approach is using technology. This is something that's very easy for most companies today. What level of automation you are using? Are you using cloud computing? Are you using on-prem deployment? Quality control? Agree to certain quality standards. Again, there are metrics there. What kind of quality that you really want to stand behind. There's no point in standing behind 100% quality. You'll always have some errors. So all these are efforts to optimize the process. Similarly, you will have a resource optimization in terms of hiring the right talent, providing them the right tools, providing them the right training. And in terms of customer service, prioritize feedback, have a mechanism where the feedback is as soon as possible. You don't want irate customers not getting response within a short period of time. Focus on their needs, provide them excellent customer service. So that ends the formal part of operations, process planning, process mapping, process optimization. So we have a worksheet here. It talks about a specific startup. The description of the startup is also given here. You can, how many are we here? So we got 14 people, so find a partner. So we'll have 7 responses. We're going to have enough time for you to present your responses, so you get some feedback both from your peers as well as okay? Just pick one, find a partner and do the exercise. If you have a startup that you want to use instead of this example, then let us know a little bit about the startup. We're doing worksheet. That's acceptable too. It's 11:50 now, so give you what, 20 minutes? 11:15, 12:15. You're pairing up people in there, so we get 14 here. All done? Who wants to go first and talk about it?
Hey, I'm ready to hit the ground running. So if there's anything you'd like me to focus on first.
You want to come over? If you don't volunteer, I'll start picking on people. Who wants to go first? So let's do it a little different. I'm gonna pick up each point here, then you can tell me what your response is, okay? So the company has 4 operational challenges at the moment, right? Which is frequent app crashes, delays in updating the planetary database, customer support team being overwhelmed, consistent quality of realization. They're all related, right? So what's the root of this? Operational challenges.
So technology adaptations.
Optimization.
Technology?
Adaptations.
In what sense?
Updation of technology.
Where are you getting that from? Updation.
So like using new algorithms or regulatory technologies.
So you're saying the root cause of all these operational challenges is not having the right technology. More importantly, AI measurement. Any other thoughts?
Server capacity. Server capacity increase.
Server capacity. That's probably a cause. I mean, the root cause would be image recognition issue. Even if you have well, that's also a possibility. If your app is not having the capacity,
Because it says
Using
sudden,
better flow.
just to start chasing వెంటనే they have a flood of customers joining it.
so that's also a thing, right? So not having the scaling capability.
Using
Whatever.
better cloud services.
Huh?
Using better cloud services.
That's a solution.
With great infrastructure, like pipeline.
So there are also delays in updating plant care databases. So the product is not really complete and it got deployed. Right?
So,
Huh?
we should develop more branches for this
More what?
branches like we should అదే కంపెనీ యొక్క
We have to define the structure of the every choose
Like training process of giving them trainings on.
That'll probably come to support you. Right? But delays in updating plant care database. Somebody is not doing their job, right?
Yeah.
And the product still got deployed. So it was a half-baked product that they pushed to the market. Agree? 90% of products are like that. That's the reality. You can wait for your product to be complete in all aspects before you deploy to the market, right? The favorite example we always end up quoting is Tata's.
Before deploying, we have to phases.
Huh?
Testing and testing phase and training phase of the product, any product.
Testing is good, but then your use cases for the testing. You can have everything out there, right? You only pick a few use cases and then test it against it. Database, correct, you can get the entire universal
Then we should
database.
clean the data.
Huh?
Then we should clean the data.
Clean layer data.
Update చేస్తూ ఉన్నాం.
Update just on
Update
that.
చేస్తూ.
So a strategy is you deploy in a market and say, currently, like Google has been saying for a very long time, it's a beta. And we only support, say, flowering plants for a tropical area. You want to segment your market. Hey, anybody in the world can use it. But right now we are deployed for this climate region, for this specific group of plants. Flowering anukondi, bushes anukondi. If you limit it, then the customers will realize, oh, this doesn't address everything under the sky. It only is deployed for this thing. So you won't have so many irate customers saying, hey, I have this tree somewhere in Sahara and you can't identify it. Right? So that's the strategy that you employ. Frequent app crashes, that's straightforward tech problem.
Optimization issues.
All that, but what's the root cause for it? Root cause could be because you deployed it to the entire world, there's really a demand for such a product, but then your product doesn't have the capability to handle that volume, or everything under the sky in terms of client database. So if it doesn't identify, and you have a lot of people that are trying to identify it, maybe your product should also say, okay, this is not in our database. We are striving to improve our database. If you say that, then automatically your customer support calls also may go down. Okay? Customer support team overwhelmed with inquiries. Let's assume that you're getting a lot of inquiries. Okay, so this is not issues with it. They're not issues, they're inquiries. So they want to.
Chat boxes. Implementing the chat boxes.
Chatbots is a good example, but then it has to have the knowledge base, right?
It has
So
to be
as a
focused
start-
on the customer centric.
Customer what?
They should, the AI bot should be in the point of view of customer queries.
We should use
Whatever the prompts the customers are trying to give, the AI should understand. The bot should understand exactly.
No, that's true, but what I'm saying is the AI bot is useful after a certain level if it has the knowledge to it.
But the database
If you
not
can
having
provide
that.
the knowledge, then it's not. But at least you can address certain comments by answering a few questions that are don't need to be handled by humans. Like, we don't support this. There you go.
So we should implement the database on those numbers.
Yeah. So again, it boils down to you don't have it, so that's the reason you're not.
Some database key trying basically we can connect to the chatbots with analytic algorithms.
That's all technical. But in reality, you land up with this problem because you don't have the database. Right? So, the address checkunda will see in isolation, if you have a customer service problem, how do you address that? Bots are good. And then self-service are good. Bots are an extension of self-service. And then from a human resource point of perspective, it's easy to add customer representatives, right? But it's important that you have a database that they can search, or like we talked about processes, that they can go to and say, this is how we handle this. If they have the processes and if they have the documentation done, even a new customer service representative can look at that and respond to the query. The other one is outsourcing, right? It's easy to add peak capacity customer service by outsourcing it. But the key there is you got to give them the knowledge, the tools for them to respond. Otherwise, it will only make problems worse. So these are the tools that you have that you can draw upon if you have a customer service problem. Another way of keeping people happy is offer it for free for a short period of time. Say, we're not charging, or we'll tell them, or you offer, if it's already free, you tell them when we go for a payment model, we'll give you free credits. Free credits. Okay, so we looked at the 4 challenges that they have. Now let's answer these questions. Key operational goals for tech solutions based on the challenges that we have. So the example they are given is improve app stability to reduce crashes by 90%. So that's stability. Then there's uptime, right? And then the response time of the app. So all these could be operational goals. And then plan care database. You can also have a target there. Every one of the challenges, you turn to an operational goal. Or you can have a goal like saying, in the next 6 months, all these problems are going to go away. you're gonna mitigate, I mean, some of them may still remain if you have like incredible sales. You can still run into an issue. But then you have a process of mitigating that issue. So that's what you will fall back upon if you're running into the same problem. So what have you guys written? You wanna share what you've written? Read them out. If you don't read them out, I don't know if you have done it, right? You guys have been very attentive right from the morning, so.
Sir, giving time to time updates about the app, about the tech
Operational
updates.
Operational goal for you and customer security. For the company.
Update database regularly by using algorithms.
So I'll go back to this thing. You're giving me a subjective answer. You want to be objective. What's the database update చేస్తానండి? What does that mean? Update చేస్తా, ఒకటి update చేసినా update అని చెప్పాలి. So you gotta change your thinking before you leave this room. You can't come up with generic answers like that that are not measurable. మీరు చెప్పేసి మీ టీంకి వెళ్ళిపోయారు అనుకోండి. You give that and you leave the room. What's your team going to work on that? I mean, how are they going to work on that? How will you hold them accountable if you don't give them an objective measure? Okay, would you have?
Specific metrics గురించి final question
ఇట్లా నేను answer చెప్పండి.
అంటే నెంబర్ కూడా చెప్పు 90% అనేది we want అన్నమాట.
Everything in business should be objective. If you say, like let's say, if you want to update the databases, what does that mean?
So we
Come
can-
on, responses.
We can take a concept of, for example, in this we have a problem with the database and thing. We can go with, when it comes to company's point of view, we can implement this Scrum concept, like a sprinting. As you said that we'll be having some weekdays. Through the sprints, we can say for it takes 1 to 4 weeks. We can take updates like first 1 week we can do this algorithm setting, and next thing goes to AA bots. Like that, in a weekly sprint basis, we can focus on that.
That's the process.
Yeah, process of
Operational goal.
Goal is that by end of the process, the
That
process should
thing.
be integrated.
End of what period?
4
Is
weeks.
what you need to do.
Yeah, we have.
And how do you achieve that?
In
Is
a
how you
sprint
say
manner, yeah,
Scrum.
sprint.
Or else they can actually decrease the number of hours that the customers have to view their website also. Like it's they need not
This is a
tell-
novel idea.
They need not tell our app is 24/7 accessible.
This is
They can
thinking
tell-
outside the box, but then do you want to do that?
No, sir.
At least for the time period when they can actually get the access and all. They
Why
can
would a
actually-
customer come back to your app?
But actually, working on those, they can actually specify that we are working on the app. we
They-
might be involved.
I want to encourage you guys to think outside the box. You come up with it, but then you got to run it through some filters before you figure out if you want to use that. First thing, like she said, you lose a customer, you lose a customer. They're not going to come back. And then more practically, if your app can run 6 hours instead of 24 hours, then why won't it run that 24 hours? Is it capacity issue? If it's capacity issues, the tech problem of fixing it is really fast. I mean, if they built it right. So
So by taking the customer's feedback, we should implement the new technology in our company, in our organization. Updating of the technology by the customer's feedback.
I'll customer will tell you the problems.
Yeah, according to them, we should update our technology.
మీరు స్టాండర్డ్ టెక్స్ట్ బుక్ ఆన్సర్లు ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు. ఆలోచించండి యాజ్ ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్, మీరు చెప్పిన దాంతో మీరు ఏం చేస్తారు చెప్పండి నాకు. కస్టమర్ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ నుంచి టెక్నాలజీ అప్డేట్ అన్నారు. బాగుంది, స్టేట్మెంట్ బాగుంది. ఈ కంపెనీకి మీరు అనుకుంటే వాట్ విల్ యూ డూ దట్? కస్టమర్ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ వచ్చింది, అరే బాబు నీ సైట్ డౌన్ అయిపోయిందన్న, టెక్నాలజీ అప్డేట్ ఏం చేస్తారు చెప్పండి.
We can hire a full stack developer, a freelancer, or a freelancer.
Yeah, those are all, how you get the details, higher level ones. Technology update, you guys have been talking about, go to a better cloud service provider, scale them up, all those things. Yours are, the approach of, how do you achieve that shift now? Hire freelancers, hire full stack developers and all that. You saying? Patchworks.
Of the particular software.
Yeah. Again, that's the approach towards fixing the problem. Okay. What else do you have? Again, but
Identifying redundant features.
And okay, here's another good idea. You said reduce the availability of an app, right? What they are suggesting is reduce the feature set and make it fully available, right? So that way you reduce the load on the app and say, okay, these features are available for now. We'll add the other features at a later stage. What else?
Automate mundane processes.
Automate?
Mundane processes.
Okay.
Stepwise.
So what you've been talking about, right? Customer service mundane process, not everybody needs to respond by a human. Bot and deploy. Wherever you can automate, you need to automate. But then if technology is not done right, that's going to bring more problems. What else?
Outsource the CST to customer service.
Yeah.
R&D on more increasing the plant care issues database.
Right. Fixing the problem in terms of where it's not.
And allocating better team for that process.
To do the job faster, because in all likelihood you deploy in the market if you are not ready, meaning you had a resource crunch. Why you had a resource crunch? That's a different thing altogether. Yeah. So the AI is failing, they're saying, inconsistent quality. You're saying use new algorithms. Well, they're saying the same thing. Research into why it's failing and fix that one. You didn't tell me your response.
So we have wrote similar points regarding improving the interface and all, better automations and software responses.
Okay.
Integrating the chatbots with the help of the customer feedbacks to reduce.
Right. So what it means, I guess, is you analyze the customer inquiries that are coming in and give that information to the bot so you can handle more before a human comes in. Okay. Anything else you want, guys? You guys want to talk about?
We can use monitoring by APIs. Is an option.
What monitoring?
For our product feedbacks and everything, we can monitor by APIs. There is we can develop an API.
Why would you need an API? It's coming to your system. You keep track of your. Okay, you're saying buy external services to analyze the customer. Okay, got it. Yeah. All good answers. How do these operational goals align with overall business objectives? So what's the business objective of TechGrow Solutions?
To give a good, smooth experience to the customers. To give smooth and smooth experience.
No, I could answer that.
To keep up with the demand.
To help urban gardeners optimize their planting. Right? So that's the business goal. How are these operational goals aligning with it? The ones that you mentioned.
Increase customer satisfaction.
Anything that you do to help the urban gardeners optimize their plant care. I mean, your whole solution is built around it. So if your solution gets better, your operational or objectives are met. You wrote anything there specifically we want to discuss? No? Okay. else?
Spread words, so word of mouth comes.
Word of mouth, network effect, exponential growth, better NPS.
Scalability.
Your word, but as
Sir, to increase its brand, sir. Brand value, yeah. To increase its brand value.
Okay. Good. Hey, business school guys, you gotta be more, forthcoming with your responses.
Risk management. On specific product, what we are working on, what other is.
దీనికి ఆన్సర్ రిస్క్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ ఎలా పిక్ చేస్తున్నారు?
Many drone services కాబట్టి we should see the risk management, efficiency of drones and in our business aspects.
Operational goals aligning with overall business objective కి రిస్క్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ ఎలా వస్తుంది?
If my drone was crashed, we can మాకు ట్రైనింగ్ మేము ఒక డ్రోన్ చేసామంటే దాన్ని వితౌట్ రిస్క్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ మేము చేస్తే we lost money.
Without risk analysis or risk mitigation. Okay. Identify 3 to 5 key operational processes to focus on. For example, I'll it's very easy. Customer support ticketing system. You understand what ticketing system is?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Issues.
Raising the issue.
Raising issues are tools, open source, easily available. Where there's an interface between the customer and the company. So an email can be a support ticket, a phone call can be a support ticket, a WhatsApp can be a channel. So they'll have different channels through which you can raise the ticket. The reason you call it a ticket is any customer inquiry or a feedback opens a unique ID to that. And the same thing is used to close the ticket, track it and close it to satisfaction of the customer. Okay? What else? 20 minutes?
Data-driven approach.
You dropped a word there. I'm trying to connect how it's going to help here.
Customer support team की different roles.
That's a very specific example of the challenges that they're facing. So in customer support, there's tier 1 support or level 1 support, level 2, level 3, right? So what she's talking about is that you don't want everybody addressing every level of questions, right? So at the lowest level, the first level, tier 1 support will try and answer. If they're not able to, they'll escalate it higher level. So that's again optimization of your customer service resources time. Because the higher levels are more expensive because they take longer to train because they have to have more knowledge. At level 3, level 4, can even be a founder. It's interesting, and in fact it's recommended that the founder also keeps track of the customer service tickets because they get to understand what the customer is facing and how his team or her team is reacting to it. Okay, this is another statement I'd like to make. In India, customer service is really bad. Indian companies. Because it's not in our DNA to respect our customers. Now, on the other side, look at Amazon. Look at, say, Dell. Dell is a very specific example. When Dell came in and started selling computers, there were not a whole lot of computers. There was just HP, gateway to the Dell. They never dealt with individual customers. So there was no B2C sales for computers. It was all to business. And HP was not geared to do this. Dell was. Dell let you customize your computer Whereas HP said, these are the computers, buy the one that you like. You don't, well, we don't sell you that. Dell instead said, you build your own computer. We'll deliver it. Their surveys before Amazon came on, into the industry, one of the best, Dell. Because they have calculated and realized an Indian example is, you tell them your computer is not working. First response is say, you don't know how to use it, right? That's the first thing that comes in an Indian's mind. Any water or if the guy is an experienced user, he'll get irritated, right? So you're offering the same level of customer support service to everybody. Dell said, for a consumer, this is the support you get. For a business, this is the support you get. For an enterprise, this is the support you get. So they'll assume certain knowledge when they interact with you. So you don't have an enterprise guy facing the same level of response that a consumer faces, because then quickly they'll lose that market if that happens. So coming back to the Indian flavor of customer services, they always, it's in our DNA to be very suspicious. You didn't take people at face value. You don't listen to what they are saying. You'll always assume, oh, he's saying this, but he actually means something else. So when Amazon and Dell came to India, they had to really remove all this bias from their customer team. But it's tough to remove it. If you go talk to an Amazon service representative that's working out of India, and you talk to somebody working outside of India in US or Europe, the approach is still different, even after so many years. So you don't trust your customer to tell their problem. You think you know more about the customer's problem than the customer itself, without saying it. So that bias kills them. Customers are like that too. Amazon uses technology, right? So you heard about stories of how people return things, return broken things, giving back the product that they have received. So they build technology to identify those frauds. They profile the customers. They profile the region, the geographic region. They profile the address. They know, okay, this area, a little suspicious, higher rate of returns, higher rate of fraud. So if the complaint or the return comes from there, they have a different process of addressing it. They look at the customer. He's been with us for 10 years, very few returns. They don't care about giving you credit if you say something is damaged. If the product is valued less than 1,000, they don't even want return. They say keep the product or chunk the product, we'll give you money. That happens in India. Now the same thing, if you go to Amazon US, there may be a regulation for it, but imagine this. They sell mattresses online, right? You don't like it, you can return it. But the policy there is, it costs us more to transport the mattress, and there's a regulation that you can't sell the mattress again to anybody else unless it goes through a certain process of cleaning and hygiene. All that is expensive. They say keep it, we'll refund the money. Then imagine if the same thing happened in India. Nobody will be buying mattresses. They will be just returning the mattresses for credit. So there are geographic flavors to it. So these are the things that you need to consider when you sell the product globally. There are challenges that are specific to geographic regions. And that's the reason why you escalate to customer service levels. When somebody needs to get a credit, it is never done by the first level. It goes to the higher levels of it. So support ticketing system is an, anybody else had other responses that we want to discuss? Yeah.
Implementing different customer support to the based on the garden levels.
Based on these?
Gardens.
So different knowledge pay. Okay, you're saying have customer service representatives that are knowledgeable in a specific area and split it up. Yeah. What else?
Continuing with their point and their point, taking previous customer feedback as or experiences as feedback, and actually automating the customer voice itself. If at all I'm having a problem, the voice itself, the AI voice will be telling if this will be a problem, you have to go to the app or do this or that. So 2-3 problems the AI itself can list it out. It can explain the customer. It will be very easy for the customer as well as to reduce the human resource also too. The number of hours, adding to that mundane task can be actually get done. So still the customer is not getting clarified with the automated AI solutions. It is then when they can actually approach the customer representative.
Right, so what you're suggesting is do an analysis of all the customer service calls that has been handled in the past. Let's build an AI solution based on the knowledge. That's an approach towards fixing it. What else? Okay, let's move on to the next one then. You want to sit? Yeah, so you have an internal QA process. Hopefully you had a process before you ran into this problem. If you did, then build that process and see where you can catch these things before it's deployed to the market. I mean, if your approach was to deploy, that's a different thing.
So, quick response, like accurate results at accurate time.
Really good.
Sir, customers they need some specific amount of time to get their answers, no sir. They should get the answers according to the results according to at the time which they want.
Your customer side needs the company side needs
Sir, company should provide sir accurate results at accurate time.
దానికి ఎలా చేస్తారు అది చెప్పండి. Your customer side needs quick results కావాలి, accurate results కావాలి.
Like a good coordination between all departments in that particular organization.
అదొకటి. ఇంకా కంపెనీ మీద అనుకోవట్లే మీరు. కంపెనీ ఏం చేయాలో చెప్తున్నారు, ఎలా చేయాలో చెప్పండి మీరు కంపెనీ మీ అయితే.
Matrix management. Matrix management.
Matrix management. Matrix of what?
We have to implement the matrix management in the organization, so where we can divide our teams to various particulars compared to the problems.
Cellular
matrix
systems.
management.
Business school. Okay. Assign responsibilities, assign processes to them, and make them accountable to it. Right? Okay. Propose strategies to improve each process. Anything else you have written here?
To improve have a process improvement to reduce the breakdowns. As we are seeing clashes, we can have continuous prevention maintenance rather than breakdown maintenance for the application.
Absolutely, that should be the goal, right? You prevent instead of, fight the fire before the fire even starts, right?
Features తగ్గించడానికి
Right.
strategy. Second strategy is that team we can reallocate to
Where there's a need. So again, all that jargon of what do you call it? Cellular matrix. They have another suggestion. So if the customer service team is getting hit, then maybe you should put your sales, some other team, which is not being stressed out, give them additional responsibility to help the customer service team, right? So that's their suggestion. Strategies. Anything else?
Sir, we have to source the data from various sources, sir, rather than one particular source to improve our AI business.
Right. Bottom line, do more research on where you can get this information. And then you gotta have a quality process to ensure that what you are going to depend on is also accurate, right? You know, the challenge in working with AI is there's very little testing that you could do that will give you that assurance that what the AI is going to churn out is accurate until it does that. So you got to be careful in terms of what you give the AI to work on, meaning what is it trained on? And training AI more than a certain level of data elements is also going to be very expensive for a startup. So you got to limit on where the AI takes the decision entirely by its knowledge base. Nothing else to add?
Quality checks.
Yeah, I think somebody has already talked about having a quality process in place. Good?
So the company also could suggest implement selling the plants not only by carrying the plants but also to sell the plants in their app application. It is also add the benefit to the organization. Add-ons. Sir, warehouse.
I mean, let's talk about this. I mean, the idea is great. He wants to add more products to his
not limiting the organization for particular care, but also by adding the growth, by bringing the plants and selling the plants to.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. From a commoner's perspective, it sounds like a great idea. But I'm not assuming you're commoners. You're business guys and potential entrepreneurs. Right? So your product is, core is AI. Because you are analyzing images and coming up with plant care options. That's your core business. So in all likelihood, you're a tech guy, not a plant guy. Okay? Adogati aspect.
Sir, the plant is the customer plant was not good enough to sustain for life. So we could sell the similar plant from our.
దాని మీద ఒక వేరియేషన్ చెప్తా.
Yeah.
మీరు అమ్మకండి. Have partners.
Yeah, having partners.
Refer them to partners. మీరు అమ్మారు అనుకోండి, ఆ 4 ఎన్నికలు ఇంకా ఎక్కువ వస్తాయి. నువ్వు అమ్మింది కూడా బతకలేదు అన్నాడు అనుకోండి, అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తే మీరు?
You should give warranty.
అంటే చుట్టూ ఉన్న డబ్బులన్నీ తీసుకొచ్చి ఆగేసుకుంటాయి.
నెక్స్ట్ వీక్ వచ్చి ఆ మొక్క చూడండి, అప్పుడు వారంటీ
ఇప్పుడు అమెజాన్ లో మొక్కలు కొంటారు, ఏమన్నా వారంటీ ఇస్తాడు దానికి? దారిలో పోతే ఒకసారి పెరుగుతాయి, ఒకసారి పెరగవు. So I mean, idea is great, but you gotta use a business filter to it. Idea బాగుంది, but how do you implement it? You tie up partners and say
Collaborating with
outsource.
farmers.
Farmers.
Gardeners.
అయిపోతారు. Always work with the company. Individuals తో వర్క్ చేశారు అనుకోండి.
Nurseries ke outsource.
Yeah. You tell them, I'll send you some customers to your site. Give me 5%, 10%. నెక్స్ట్ ఏం చేస్తున్నారు అది చేసి చెప్పండి.
సప్లిమెంట్స్
అప్పుడు ఏం చేస్తారు?
సప్లిమెంట్స్.
Another idea is, because you have a partner tie-up, you want to nip the problem at the bud. అంటే మీ పార్ట్నర్ నర్సరీకి వెళ్ళి అక్కడే ఐడెంటిఫై చేయండి బిఫోర్ యూ షిప్ ఇట్, రైట్? సో యూఆర్ సేయింగ్ మీ వారంటీ గ్యారంటీ అనుకో, మా పార్ట్నర్ నుంచి మేము షిప్ చేస్తే వీల్ ఎన్ష్యూర్ దిస్ ఈస్ ఫ్రీ టు a certain extent.
Might be disease free.
అప్పుడు ఆ నిమిషం అదే టు a certain extent డిస్క్లైమర్ ఉంటాయి.
ఈ క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ తర్వాత వచ్చి వాళ్ళ ఇంట్లో వాళ్ళు పెట్టుకున్న తర్వాత డెఫినెట్ గా
Sir, instead of selling the plant, we sell the seeds, sir.
You
should give the description how to plant seed.
కంప్లీట్ ప్యాకేజ్
నేను మొత్తం డిస్క్రిప్షన్ ఇస్తారు, సీడ్ వాడు పెడతాడు, పెట్టి 2 రోజులు నీళ్ళు ఎక్కువ పోస్తాడు, సీడ్ లోపలికి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. అప్పుడు ఏముంది?
సాడబోర్డ్ చేసి
తొందరగా నర్సరీ స్టార్ట్ చేయండి, మేము కొనుక్కుంటాం.
ఆ గ్యారంటీలు అంటున్నారు కదా, అన్ని క్లీన్ చేశారు.
స్పెషలైజేషన్ ఆఫీస్ తీసుకుంటావా?
అంటే 1 year experience.
Okay, I'm assuming he walked up to me exactly at 1 o'clock. Yeah, right. You know, this is what brilliance looks like.
You should have heard about their suggestions. Imagine they have quite some out-of-box thinking, and there was some idea that were bounces from me because he was just dropping words there and trying to link up what's the answer in this.
So he was talking about me doing some closing remarks, but the remarks will come in the evening. Actually, they'll come tomorrow because we have a session, another one tomorrow anyway. I'm assuming you don't have any other questions for Deepak, and so we can go for lunch. The lunch is going to be served downstairs. If you go down to the ground floor, there's a restaurant. As soon as you get out of the exit door on the right hand side, tell them that you're from the workshop, hub workshop, and they'll give you food for free. Eat that lunch and then come back up. 2 o'clock is when we're going to resume over here. Okay? I'm sure you won't eat until 2, so hang out wherever. But 2 o'clock, please come back over here.
Okay. Thank you guys. It's been wonderful talking and interacting with you guys.
On your behalf, I would like to thank Deepak for the good time. We'll be coming back on Friday.
A business to have smooth operations flow and
How can we plan operations for a startup?
More benefits.
Okay, good. So we're going to continue with the next part, which is going to be on supply chain, inventory management, and possibly if there's time, then how technology can be brought into startups for helping in the smooth operations, smoothing of operations. It is my pleasure, like again in the morning as I introduced Deepak. This is Ravi Ishwarapu. He is a partner in Alco Partners. He's also the CEO of AHAB, this incubation center that we are in, and he is the president of TiE Vizag. AHAB and TiE Vizag are the 2 organizations that are conducting this series of workshops. Some of you are already aware of it. So Ravi's got a long history in operations and a really long history of achievements. If I go into that, I'll be here for about 20 minutes, 30 minutes talking about it. So I'll stop. I'll let him start out with supply chain and other things.
Okay.
All the best.
Okay, thank you. Very good afternoon. I would quickly want to know my audience, quickly one after the other. College, which year?
I'm from the IM school, sir. Like in second year.
Second year. Finished MBA?
Yes.
Specialization is?
Finance and marketing.
Okay, great. Yes, ma'am.
So my name is Rukavira. I'm coming from IIM Business School and I'm first year.
First year.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Vigna Sahishri, coming from IIM School in first year, sir.
First year.
PGD.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Suma. I'm coming from IIM Business School, first year.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Raju. I'm coming from IIM Business School. Yeah, I'm first year.
First year. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Kushal. I'm from Geetham BTech 4th year.
Yes, you know each other.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Chalmanted, BTech 4th year from Andhra University.
How much more sales did you do from the last time? Any more sales? Not yet?
No, not yet, sir. But we are in agriculture domain.
Right.
350 acres we got in Raigad.
Raigada. Oh, excellent. But did you close any deal with Avani Organics?
No, sir.
Did you talk to her after that?
అంటే వాళ్ళు ఒకే దగ్గర ఇవ్వము ఒక్కొక్క స్పాట్ లో ఇస్తాము వాళ్ళు చెప్పిన దానికి మాకు లాస్ వస్తుంది హ్యూజ్ లాస్ వస్తుంది
Okay. They're not in 200 acre but different plots of.
డిఫరెంట్ ప్లాట్స్ అంటే 10 acres ఇస్తానన్నారు అది సేమ్ ఏరియా కాదు డిఫరెంట్ ఏరియాస్ అండ్ అది అరకు ఆ 10 acres వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చినపై మాకు పెట్రోల్ కూడా సరిపోతుంది
Got it. Yes. Operational challenge. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Bhavishri. I'm from Mechanical 4th year, Andhra University.
Wow. Surprising to find a AU thing. How did you land up in this place? Wrong place for you as per the faculty. Yeah. How did you find this place? I probably am seeing you for the first time. Maybe you're seeing me also for the first time.
No, sir.
You're part of Startup Saturdays and something like that?
From Hunt Price.
Oh, Hull Prize, okay.
Queen's
Right from
Agate.
Vinil's time?
Queen's Agate, last year.
Last year, not
From
Vinil's.
January. Last
January,
year.
okay, got it, okay. Yes,
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Bhagdeep. My specialization is in operations and management. I belong to the same institution.
Okay, great. Operations and management, wonderful.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself Kishore. I'm from IIM. I'm choosing the specializations of operations and marketing.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Sumalika Gopal Chetty and I am from IIM School and I have opted the finance and marketing.
Great.
Good
Yes.
afternoon, sir. I'm Pratyusha, second BDA from IIM Business School. My specializations are operations and marketing.
Okay.
Second MBA, sorry.
So you can MBA, so you wanted, no, she wanted to feel younger. Not a problem.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Anthony from IIM Business School and my specializations are operations and marketing.
Okay.
Second year.
Got it. So a mix of people of finance and operations, marketing. Okay. Entrepreneurs, but largely students. So I'll keep it a little bit very layman terms and then I'll ask you to map and then I'll ask you to do stuff. So that's easier for me because I don't need to keep on talking and do a monologue. Okay. I know Srinivas did talk about my different years and career, and if you're talking about operations and supply chain, right from establishing greenfield projects like, I know you must have been probably not born or just born 99, is the Mitsubishi Lancer project, Chennai, then Caterpillar India, then again complete Mahindra and Mahindra. I was the manufacturing and supply chain consultant for working with McKinsey for re-engineering the Bolero to the Scorpio migration to the XUV platform, setting up the XUV platform. Those challenges, I'll tell you, because operations, it looks very easy because when you're sitting in a classroom environment, everything looks so simple because you read stuff and then you probably do a little bit of case studies, which is theoretical, and then you try and replicate something in your exam, and then you're out with an MBA. But the outside world is totally a different ball game. It's what you read in the classrooms is not even 10% of what you see in the outside world. Until unless you are in touch with what is happening in the outside, I think your MBA is incomplete. It's good that you guys are here. Shows your first step. I know some of you might have been pushed by Balaji and others, and you're here. Maybe out of not of interest, but out of push from the college. But some of you might be. It could be a mix. I can understand that. And it's very difficult for the current the Gen Z guys, because your attention spans are 1 minute reels and that's it, and then it's a up and down swipe. I'm not saying left and right, that would become Tinder, right? Yeah, so why? Very used to Tinder, is it? Hiding yourself, but I do know it's a left and right, so you must have had Tinder on your thing. Okay, that's okay. So morning I was talking at just for on the lighter side at the Gayatri Vidya Parishad to a fresh batch of BBAs or MBAs or MCAs, something like that. And that's where I was talking about, somebody challenged me, and then in about 20 minutes, 15 minutes to 20 minutes, I could completely crack their phone without any this thing, and picked up all the messages that were sent last night, and the browsing history, and the photos that they had, and all that stuff. And so, no, I was just with Tinder and all that stuff, right? So what apps were there and all. Anyhow, coming back to operations, so supply chain, anybody, what do you mean by a supply chain? Let's go, let me not be a monologue and be the gyan giver out here. Anybody, just guess.
So from the starting of the production to the end of delivery, like involvement of every department, like each and every department is included in supply chain.
Okay, partly right. Anybody wants to add?
The supply chain management is...
Just a minute, it's an international call. I hope it's not fraud. Nigeria. Hello. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Supply chain management is overseeing the flow of goods and information uninterruptedly.
Flow of goods uninterruptedly. Okay, fine. Okay, agreed. Any more?
Supply chain involves with the...
Okay, now I'll put a more twist into this whole thing. Take a product, can you explain the whole supply chain? Take any product.
Procurement, vendor management, and then bringing it, managing it, managing the inventory, managing customer executive feedback, whole process itself falls under.
In addition, outsourcing.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think one component is what is being missed, but I can bring that in. Anybody else with an example? Okay, the water bottle on your table. Yeah, where does it start?
Sir, for example.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, for example, we take the e-commerce. If you purchase any product, yeah. So initially the product is taken from the warehouse or the market, and it is used to supply, like one place it is used to packed, another place it used to deliver where it is want to request place. So all this process include the supply chain. All this from where the product want to reach, where the product is getting to go out.
Okay, I'll give you throw a hint out here. You guys have all been talking about forward supply chain. Now talk. You all started with production, but how does production happen?
Resources,
raw material procurement.
Give me, that's why theory is good. Take a product and give me a thing.
Right from the
This, yes. Somebody sold this to me. Now tell me what is the supply chain purpose.
Also can
No, yeah.
So we can outsource.
So you somebody is, yeah.
Okay, we can.
Okay, that's your.
In the time.
Okay, so I
So
can
like
pick down
what clay brought to the company,
Somebody must have supplied the clay.
Yeah.
Somebody supplied the pots.
Yes.
Then you either grown it. For you to grow, then you must have your own farm or something like that. Seeds. That is then becomes your first this thing is samplings or seeds that you procure, and then you put it and then you maintain, and all the three have to coordinate to make it, and then finally deliver it as per the requirements. So there is a flow of goods on one side, and two is like you're talking about feedback, right? So there is a reverse flow of information and cash. In the reverse flows the information and cash, which is the feedback. Yeah, and orders come from the reverse flow. Products, if they're flowing from backward supply chain into this thing. And if you find, like I was handling SAP and all that stuff, ERPs and all those things. In that, large companies manage even up to level 2. In the forward supply chain, you all know, maybe if I'm something like, let's say, okay, let's talk of something. Lace chips packets. You could have you have your manufacturer, then your first level wholesaler distributor at the state level, then it might come to the local distributor, then goes to the thing. So there are multiple levels. Similar on the back and backward supply chain, you could have multiple tier 1 and we call tier 2. Immediate suppliers are tier 1 and there could be tier 2. I'll give you an example and you tell me why I should. I'll give you an example, then I'll of tier 1 and tier 2, but you have to tell me why that I'll have to manage a tier 2 level, I have to go and manage things or have a view of what my tier 2 suppliers are doing. See, let's say, so I am something like okay, I'm constructing buildings or even buy the steel plant. Okay, steel plant, and then I buy pellets, maybe processed small this thing, which is there's an SR pelletization unit, which instead of sending the whole ore, which is heavy, they make it into small pellets which are partly processed and then goes into a steel plant where it is processed into made into final steel billets and all this stuff. So you have SR pelletization plant which is then after from or whatever, when you go toward that highway towards India, you'll find on the right side is this plant. Everything is, what do you call it? Rust in color of rust, which means the iron, this thing, ferrous stuff. Then they procure iron ore from Balladila. There are multiple mines. So that's the tier. So from the mines comes the iron ore, initial processing, cleaning, and then is supplied to a steel plant where if you are this thing, steel producer, then billets are bought by, like Vizag, you have Simhadri, TMT, you must have heard of all these things, right? They buy from Vizag steel plant and then they make it into products. For Vizag, for Simhadri, TMT, their tier 1 is Vizag steel plant, like Vizag steel plant. From Vizag steel plant, their tier 2 is maybe if they're directly procuring from mines, it is tier 2 is the mines. Then from then the forward supply chain of them distributing it to the wholesalers and selling that steel and then to the construction, different usage. Now why do I need to look at a tier 2 of those large companies even go and then keep monitoring the tier 2 suppliers?
So at what kind of time they will supply our raw materials to the company, to the manufacturer?
They are not supplying anything to me. They are
So
coming
still,
from.
they need to borrow from the others, right? Like tier 1 people are buying from the tier 2, right? So they need to manage.
That's their problem. Why should I be bothered?
Sir, actually tier 2 are design their product based on the customers.
That's okay, because I really, Madhuri, TMT will not have a bothering of what is this thing, as long as my quality of steel is good enough for whatever the sulfur content and all that, there is quality of steel. So if my source and, because whatever I will procure from steel plant is based on a specific level of quality standard, which steel plant will have to do. Why should I be bothered? And if they are procuring for something which is bad, I will not anyhow reject it. So why should I keep a track of tier 2 suppliers? I'm just trying to fool around with your thought process. Think. Okay, think of a COVID situation. Now I'll put in all these variables. This is what is building models and all that stuff. Business supply chain models. Is that personal or? Just kidding. So you can talk to us also. If it's not personal, it's a secret, then you can tell us everything. Go ahead. Pratyusha, right? Yes, go ahead.
When we need to plan for tomorrow's supply or yesterday's supply, we need to maintain the stock, right? For day after tomorrow and day after tomorrow. So like inventory management. So we need to procure before we need to manufacture or to sell. So we need to back in supply, right?
Yeah, so I put my order on steel plant. Why should I be bothered?
If we are procuring large amount of the raw materials, so they need to procure, right? Or if we procure at, if we ordered large amount, so they need to set their times, like how much they need to supply.
I was just trying to get approval from you guys. No. Okay, you're there, you're trying it, you're there. Okay, again I'll give you a hint. Crude oil imports. We import a lot of oil, right? It's the biggest stress on our engine, which is dollars. So now put that into context, because I'm trying to give you a larger perspective of why this whole supply chain management is all about. Because I was a supply chain supply chain optimization expert or consultant.
Maybe there is more fixed cost when it comes to TiE. That is.
You bought the right word, but you'll have to put it in the right this thing. One is managing the price.
Sir, if the TiE 1 manufacture is cost heavy, sir. When it comes to TiE 2, the cost maybe varies.
I think you got it a little bit, but see, if I am procuring from, let's say, government of Iran or whatever, or Saudi Arabia oil, which they procure from Armaco or Shell and all that stuff.
It's commercial.
If there is a escalation of input price, and if I had promised a specific price for delivery, then it would mean that if I have to stick to a specific level of pricing for my final end customer to whom I'm supplying, this is like this. I know I'm talking about tier 1, but the tier 2 also has a major impact. Like for example, if I had promised to deliver 1,000 laptops to Andhra University in 2-3 months from now, which will be routed through China, from China through Singapore into India, and will be supplied as an Intel 7 at 40,000, because 10,000, it's a 10,000, 1,000 laptops or 10,000 laptops order to the government of AP. So which will you take the order, you've taken it at a price, and then you say, this is what I will deliver to you on this specific date. So things that you will have to keep in this thing, then when you give it, you are expecting that there is specific price, but again there is depending on the past trends, that the price will remain within the specific range and right across the supply chain, because nobody will take it at a loss. If my price of rubber is plantations in Kerala, when I'm taking the sap out, if it is increased by so many rupees per tonnage, which happens now, you find that demand supply this thing. Suddenly they say, no, not enough supply, but there is a lot of demand. They might increase that. That means to the processing units like MRF and all that stuff, the whole price changes. Usually consumer goods and other things, they will pass it on to the end customer. that's okay. But if I have already had a contract and saying that I'll supply at this price and the input, the whole ecosystem, if it the other way around, I'm happy. Which is if the price suddenly went down. My procurement over a period of time has become lower, and then it came into my processing, which has become lower. Anything, price is not only the product, because even the processing costs, the logistic costs, suddenly Bharat Bandh and this Bandh and that, this thing, transporter strike and all that, all these become input costs. And then that means that the cost in the supply chain has increased, and then how do you pass it on to the customer or consumer, but can you take it, or is it a hit on your percentages, and all that becomes a critical stuff. So I'm just trying to get you to appreciate this complete view of the supply chain, because you might be doing this and giving it out. But it is very critical to look backwards and forward. Think of an education institution. The more I am, in fact, you source people, students. That's your other thing. So that come in, you process them through your whatever, through the 1 or 2 years of your MBA program, and then you give it as a throughput to the forward thing. So everything has a supply chain. So there's a processing cost, there's a cost of infrastructure, there's a cost of procurement to get you on board. A lot of advertisement will happen, attraction, there would be nice, good-looking, student counselors and all that sitting in the front desk, nice office space to attract you, saying that okay, this IIM seems to be a hip place. So sort of, yeah, this thing looks good, and then Ravindra will come and speak in his American accent, and then wow, yes, there's something in this, and maybe Teja from Greendale or somebody will come. No, that's all a cost that is getting into the whole system. I'm not trying to this thing, trying to lighten up things, because you know what will happen, what would have happened. And then this thing, then there's also this thing, a lot of advertising and all that stuff, right? So many people got placed, so this thing, all people looking hep like those two guys out there in suits and all that stuff. It's good. So it gives you a good feeling, and then you get sold into the product, you buy it, and then you get it. And then there's a 2 years of processing that you go through. And then after that, then you go out, and then they'll have to find you something, maybe a placement, or you go in this thing. And then that's, you're pushing out the product. Sometimes people say, I don't care, you find your own job. Sometimes people say, okay, because we are a private, university doesn't care. Private institution will say, oh, I have to find you a placement, otherwise the next batch would not come and join me, and they will have a forward supply chain cost of finding placement and this and that and all that stuff. So this is all the whole gamut of the so everywhere if you find, there is a specific, if you map your supply chain, you will find it all out there. And then things, services or products flow through from the backward into your processing, or wherever is your delivery or processing unit, into the forward supply chain, into the final customer. So end consumer too. And in the reverse, the money flows from your dad or your mom to the institution, to the faculties, to the back end is the marketers and the administrators, all that stuff. So there is in the institution, so the money flows with everywhere, there's percentages, and then it flows backwards. Information also flows, which is a feedback into the whole thing, whether everything is right or wrong. So large organizations, when they have to manage multiple products, multi-country, multi-locational, even like just go to any of these branded stores. How would I know? Okay, I know I get too many examples. Okay, my favorite, because I work in that industry. Let's say automobiles, cars, or two-wheelers, anything. What color of what vehicle of what capacity do I have to manufacture and keep it in store, and which place? You got my question? See, there is at the end, when we say that the complete car, we call CKD, complete knockdown unit. The variant that people would look at is the color, white, metallic grey, there is blue, ocean blue, there may be 6 or 7 variants. Then in that 1.2 liter, 1.4 liter, 1.6 liter, 866 cc, 1012 cc, all that stuff. Bike guys with the bikes will know. Then these are things that you can't change. These are not accessories, but these are basic stuff. 1, 2, then 3 is capacity of engine, which is the cc of this thing, the tips and cards, color, capacity of the engine, the capacity of the tank, this thing, 1.2 liter, 1.4 liter, and all that stuff. Then there is also this engine capacity, and and the version, standard, luxury, LX, EX, EX, all that stuff. You at least noticed all that. So now, how would I know in Vizag for maybe Mercedes E-Class 250, which color of that should I keep in the showroom, of which model, and which this thing should I keep it in the showroom, or keep it in stock, or manufacture and keep it in stock? This is all about supply chain analytics. Let's say, okay, I know more branded men. This is maybe, okay, this is Marks and Spencer's, which is near, opposite to your Vortex Club, or where if you're a foodie, you know this Flying Spaghetti Monster, or next to that is that Train Dava, or something, not Dava, the Train 65 or something. Same.
Platform 65.
Platform 65, same building in the front is this Marks and Spencer's. So how would I know what size of shirt, of what color, what pattern, how many should I stock? That's a challenge. I'm telling supply chain challenges of the day. So I do not, in certain cases, I do not run over that there is, those things are gone, and I go, I say white, 44, regular fit. Again, slim fit, regular fit, this thing, right? Regular fit, 17, this is not right, this has to be a little bit longer. So there is a length of this thing, there is a collar, there is a neck, and usually we see a 42, 44 in men's this thing, which is your chest size. So 44, this, plus all the 3 dimensions. So even in 44, there are so many variations. So if you're coming to the last level of variant, how many of what should be stocked is a big question, which becomes the inventory management part. Got it? And there's a lot of marketing that gets into this thing involved, because demand forecasting, everything in this thing, the sales and marketing part of it, including feedback, what sells, what does not sell. In the same country, we have affinity towards different colors in different places, and we perceive different things for the same color in different way. For example, white.
Sir, forecasting.
Yeah, forecasting.
So like how salesperson will be knowing the stores, right? Like what customers ask for them, what kind of shirts or what kind of color they look for.
No, you don't. It's like he's coming to the store.
Yeah.
He says, I need a maybe 40. There is sky blue. There is my and full sleeve. Half sleeve, full sleeve is different. Full sleeve, whatever. So this thing. So he will not come and tell, and then the production will start happening.
Market analysis.
No. What's your question? How will they know?
Yes, sir. Salesperson will definitely give feedback, right?
No, he will give. That's what there is.
Certain type of products are people ask him, like
The demand.
No, demand, good. Demand, see, there are certain things, there is a pattern. Certain times there is this thing. So, initially when I set up, how much of what I should stock?
Data they are getting from market research.
Market research in how many places? See, right through India they might have. See, like for example, Nexa showrooms. What to store where and how much? How will you know?
so maybe like this,
To
more
random
offices
sampling,
are
we can
located.
take survey methods and this random sampling.
It's a cost that will get into it. See, it's easy. See, Please understand, don't go to your corporates and do the same mistake. We will do a survey sampling and we'll get all this data and all that stuff. It comes with a cost, and that will get into the cost of the product. A little bit changes in the cost means it's margins or competitors walking away with your product. It's not only Marks and Spencer that is out there. There is, go a little bit further, 100 meters, there's Raymond's. So I could, if it's not available there, I go there and I pick up the shirt because it might be impulse buy that. I buy it at that point of time. I need it. Tomorrow is my something like my anniversary, and I want to mourn, and I will buy a red shirt. That's it.
What if like this goes? Let's say as you said, sir, we are launching a car or something, so we'll give like a trailer kind of stuff. What if we observe the reach at what particular area, and according to that we can arrange our stocks? That might be one of the
No, there will be initial feelers. Like that's why I'm saying I'm asking this question. Let's say it's textiles. Textiles means no. I'm saying clothing. You wear, right? If I throw a color and I say, okay, white. Tell me what you perceive.
I mean, the sense of white. According, that's different thing. In foreign countries, many people see white as.
No, just in India, different places. White, what do you wear for? White.
So for
Corporate, okay.
Traditional occasions.
Traditional occasions.
When it's going to traditional, many people feel it as a funeral kind of stuff. Because in India,
white is for mourning and
yeah, many people view that.
maybe it's black in some countries, and even some communities within India, Zoroastrians, Christians, black. It's not white. So white. There are people who play with their lives who prefer only white. Politicians.
Balding.
Near the corporate offices and all, we can give like subtle colors.
No, I just wanted to bring in white as one color has multiple connotations. So it is so white, like you said, a white color silk dhoti means a different thing.
Yeah.
That's more preferred.
Traditional and
White kurta and all that stuff. But now the plain might not work with some work on it and all that stuff. So you will have all these variations. You will have because when I said information flows backwards, there are 2-3 things that I've seen because I've been a consultant. There were situations like in Mahindra's. Order is placed. I'm not talking about the car itself. There is something that's lost in the car. Bumper, front line, that guy did an accident. It's the front bumper is gone. It has to be ordered for. So he goes to the nearest dealer, orders for a bumper. Now, it is not available in the stock. So what happens is, what will you do next? It is not there in the stock.
I will consult to the nearest person who has the stock and get it from him.
How will you know? How many dealers? Which dealer you will call? How many dealers will you call?
We have an ERP. Every car showroom will have an ERP where they can check the inventories available.
Okay.
There will be a distributor for all the dealers, no, sir. We can get to them.
This is all the new age ERP systems. But 2002, when I was consulting for them, they simply did do one thing. They placed an order on the central warehouse, which said okay, and they put an order on the production plant, and they made it and they sent it. It is like I don't have this thing because it's ran out. I'm not looking for the nearest available thing where I can replenish. Somewhere it is not going, which is a slow moving item. There we come to this analysis called fast, medium, slow moving, ABC analysis, all that stuff, which is basically which is not a one time. You keep running it again and again. Now today, algorithms, AIs run that time to time and redistribute that rather than putting it back onto the production to make more. Because in one place, the same required shirt which is required in Visakhapatnam but in some Bhubaneswar, it is not being consumed and it is on the stock for about 1.5 months and not being picked up. Here there is not this thing. It's not that you manufacture, Arvind Mills puts a order back on Bombay and then a new thing comes and then the next this thing comes and then stocks it. Where then exactly it is the amount of money that is in the system is your inventory. The lesser that if you can manage, that's where the concepts of JAT, just in time, and all these things have come. So, okay, before we get into an exercise and all that stuff, was giving me a shift what all I have to talk. So, when so optimizing, see, supply chain, when you are managing your supply chain, there are so many aspects that have to be taken into consideration to ensure just in time is easy to talk, but to maintain, because anything that goes wrong, the whole production line, because let's say in a regular petrol or a diesel car, can you imagine how many parts would be there? No, approximate numbers. It's not the same for every car. Approximate number of parts that come together to make a car. Throw a number.
950.
Okay, 950, 1300. Anybody else? Any other person wants to throw in a number? Okay, car low, approximate parts. Okay, and I'm not talking EV. EV has reduced it by 1/10.
Sir, around 250.
Huh?
250.
10,000 parts. అందుకే మీరు ఇమాజిన్ చేయరు చిన్న చిన్న నట్స్ బోల్ట్స్ ఎన్ని డిఫరెన్స్ ఇది ఉంటాయో.
Last time ఒకసారి చెప్పారు గుర్తుంది.
There are about 10,000 parts that are sourced and only 5 to 6% are manufactured inside. 95% approximately are sourced. Chassis దగ్గర నుంచి, మీ డాష్ బోర్డ్ దగ్గర నుంచి, స్టీరింగ్ వీల్ దగ్గర నుంచి, ఆ కనెక్టింగ్ రాడ్ ఉంటుంది, దాంట్లోనే 7 పార్ట్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఒక్కొక్కరు ఒకదాన్ని సప్లై. సోనా స్టీరింగ్ ఫర్ దిస్ థింగ్, ట్రాన్స్మిషన్ దగ్గర నుంచి, ఇంజిన్ దగ్గర నుంచి, పిస్టన్ రింగ్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి, ఎవ్రీథింగ్, కార్బొరేటర్, ఏసీ సిస్టమ్, different people you get from different things. That's why supply chain becomes complex for your planning, because it's not 1-2. You're talking about 150 to 200 people who are supplying to you to make the same final product that you have to do. So for us, I was in automobile and heavy engineering. Automobile is one big thing. It's always a challenge. And in this, equal indigenization has happened, but during our times, there was at least 30 to 35% of the components which were imported. That makes it a bit more challenge, because the lead time is this thing. You place an order, by the time it comes and all that stuff. See, this is one, imagine, it is a little bit difficult to imagine. So you're manufacturing a car, 10,000 things are coming together, welded, this, that, put together. You will not see that when you look at a car like that, because you find the finished product. If you had a breakup or something, tear open your boyfriend's internally car, just tear open it. You will find so many electrical lines, all that. How do you think the tail lamp works? Engine is in the front, tail lamp this thing. There is all these electric wiring and all that. There are about, in a EV car, there are about 250 to anywhere between 200 to 500 sensors on the car. So it is, advanced versions have more. So there is today's car, and there is also one question that I go to usually. Anybody from engineering background here? Okay, and mechanical, only one? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now this is a good question. Tata Motors has come to your campus for interview. Which branch of engineering kids should be allowed to sit in the interview?
Mechanic.
Why?
Sir, automobile engineers.
Automobile and mechanical. Why?
ECE, automobile.
I don't know
Sir,
why.
electrical for wiring and internal.
Electrical, okay. ECE, sensors, electronics, okay. Who else?
Then software people also should be sitting for the screen, the Bluetooth and all other kind of.
As good electronics and software and there is this thing. There's five. Okay. There's if you're trying driverless cars and all that stuff, which is the new age stuff, then optimization and all that stuff. Okay. Then computer science guys. Who else? Inca. Imagine that's what I see. My job is not to come and give gyan like your faculty and go. I want you to start thinking, rake your mind and start thinking. Inka any branches of engineering?
Metallurgy.
Hello. Cheppu. ఎవరు వీళ్ళు పనిచేయరు చెప్పి పని చేయని వాళ్ళకి నేను ఇంటర్న్షిప్ సొంత కూతురేనే పన్నాను అది చూపించి నేను చూపించింది కదా ఆల్రెడీ ఒకసారి పెట్టినప్పుడు కాదు కాదు నేను ఎలా చేస్తాను కొనుక్కోవాలా ఎక్కడ చేస్తాను చూద్దాంలే ఇంటికి వచ్చిన తర్వాత మాట్లాడు ఏంటి నేను ఒక తర్వాత సర్టిఫికెట్ అంటే నేను ఎవరు చెప్పాడు నా దగ్గర ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళే పంపించాను నా దగ్గర నేను వాళ్ళతోనే మాట్లాడుతాను ఎవరు చెప్పాడు నా దగ్గర పంపించాను సర్లే నేను మాట్లాడు ఎవరు చెప్పాడు అది చాలా మంది తెలియదు సరే నేను రేపు వెళ్ళి అక్కడ ఆ ఇంటర్న్షిప్ గురించి నేను వాళ్ళ కొత్త వచ్చే బ్యాచ్తో మాట్లాడతాను అసలు సరేలే నాకు ఆ బుర్ర కూడా లేదు ఎందుకంటే క్లాసుకి వెళ్తాయి కదా సరేలే ఓకే ఎనీ ఫ్యామిలీ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ డాటర్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఓకే she's having a good laugh daughter problems okay I have a son and a sunstroke which is my daughter okay yeah so where was I?
What branch should be?
Never get married, huh?
What branch should be?
What branches? What more branches should be there in an automobile?
Sir, all branches, sir.
All branches are textile engineering. Maybe yes. Ceramic engineering. I don't tell me there are so many branches which you don't see here, which is in IITs and all that stuff. Huh?
Ceramic disc brakes are involved.
I understand there could be, but at least other branches that you see around of engineering. Babu, car దేని నడుస్తుంది బాబు కార్ దేని నడుస్తుంది బాబు ఓకే టైర్స్ ఇంకా టైర్ దాంట్లో
బేసిక్ ఇంజిన్
నడిపిస్తుంది అదే it doesn't run on water, right? Ethanol, petrol, lithium batteries, tires, which is talking of butane and all that is chemical engineering. All the new things, MRF, Igma, all that what Virat Kohli says, smooth drive and all that stuff is chemical engineering. Civil engineering, where is it?
Roads, sir.
Huh?
Roads.
Road thing is someone there. Then you don't say doctors are important because people sit inside and drive. Pressure, tension and all that stuff. Because they do accidents and all that. No, for a car, manufacturing car, tarvata we will let go. Civil engineering, where is it involved?
I take back, sir.
Sir, metallurgy.
No, designing car is more mechanical, mechanics and aerodynamics of the automobile and mechanics. GPS bus, which is your mapping and all that stuff, is civil engineering. Geoengineering and civil. It's a branch in civil engineering. So that's why saying the reason why I'm talking to you today is because to open up your mind to think more holistically. My job is not to give you gyan because whatever I'm talking here is already there in your books. I'm only talking out of experience. When you get into a corporate, the sort of bamboo you'll start getting there. And if you start talking generic stuff, we can do that and this. please understand, day one and day this thing, this is not movie, some Allu Arjun movie where day one you will get into boardroom and start talking. You will meet too, this is like all these low budget movies, right? Jatiratnal type, you will be in jobs which are low end, menial, kick your ass and then get things done sort of jobs is where you start, and if you get used to that and deliver, then you move into the boardroom and you start kicking other people's ass. That is the corporate thing. So that's the hierarchy, that's the ladder through which you grow. So that's the natural way. So that's nothing new. So I'm more from an execution perspective and all these things. These become so big, this supply chain optimization and all, that is a little bit of gyan you got and you know. And then when you map it and then you see, so I'm talking about these 10,000 parts. I'm getting something, let's say, from Korea, Hyundai, and I'm getting some fuel injector or something that's coming from there. That shipment, if it's delayed, the whole damn, I just cannot ship my product without that, saying that doesn't work. So I have to, so even one part missed means, I tell you the challenge of supply chain. Even one part missed means the whole production line comes to a standstill. You can't do anything. Two, so to be safe, easy, right? I will stock, full stock pettastam. Full production line will not stop. I will stock as much as aapka paisa hai kya? Who will give the money for this? There is something called thing that you will know in inventory management called inventory turns. Same amount of money, how many times did you turn? You had lunch, right? Downstairs in the restaurant?
Yes, sir.
Did you? There, the guy's job is to, today he will procure, get everything ready, assume how many people will come, how much of 3 kg, 5 kg of handi, that biryani, how much do I make? Is it a working day, non-working day? And how much of rice, this, that I will cook and keep it. And based on how much is the turnover and all that stuff, cash is taken out, procurement for next day happens, and that's how he manages his cycle. He will not buy some 100 kg rice bag or 5 rice bags, keep it, some 100 kgs of chicken and keep it and all that stuff. He will procure on a need basis. Because if you need to do that, you need to go, because you're talking cross-talk saying, all that stuff, I don't know. I don't know, now you have Netflix, but in our time when there's a signal like that, it means matinee show ayindi, let's go, and that's this thing. Now I know it's not the this thing. I don't know what was this thing that you had a communication, I took it that way, perception, right? Okay.
So like I have an
Exam.
example.
You have an example you want to talk. Yeah, I'll give you a chance. Okay? So, this guy cannot stop more than, because that means he has to put in a lot more money, which means more capital, which means interest on capital, because money doesn't come free. It's not that his turnover, I'll tell you, because I invested in him. Even the restaurant where you eat in, for every plate that you eat in, if there is 20 rupees that's made, out of that 20%, that is 4 rupees will come into my pocket. So I've invested in that restaurant also, because the guy over there is known to me and I know wanted to invest in his food restaurant. Anyhow, so there is limited resources that you have to utilize, which is manpower. You cannot say same thing. See, because when you're talking supply chain, please also get a few things out of your head, thinking that it's always goods, manpower. I'll come to you, I know still I have to give you a chance. Brandix. How many of you know this company called Brandix in Vizag? You been there? Anybody been there? Okay, what do they do? What do they do?
Apparel manufacturing.
Apparel manufacturing, yeah, it's a nice name, but it is nothing but an organized tailoring shop. Very organized, corporatized tailoring shop. They have brands from Uniqlo to Lidl to H&M to Victoria's Secret, all these stuff. So they manufacture of this thing depending upon demand, whatever the class consists, so many of those sizes and all that stuff. So my first this thing is when I bought something from the US for my friend from there, then it comes out, and then finally I find out from JCPenney's. I bought a great looking shirt, and then I found out that it is going back to its history, that it's manufactured in the Vizag, brand exported to US, bought in JCPenney, bought it back to Vizag and gifted to my friend. So I knew it, but he didn't, thank God. So I later, because we did a big project for brandix. But now I'm talking about another supply chain issue, which is a little bit different from product. Brandix employs 22,000 people. 18,000 of them are women employees. Okay? Every day they come to work. There are about 220 buses which ply them into the complex. If you stand there, this is like a Balai Babu movie. It's like sumo's going, they'll be stand. Within 7 minutes or 6 minutes, 220 buses zoom into the campus. They all get down, they all scan, they get into this thing 10 minutes before, and then they're allocated workstations. Imagine absenteeism in that. Varalakshmi Ratham. 18,000 women employees, mostly married, have family and all that stuff. They're taken good care of. There's creches and all the stuff that are there. They're given good food and all that stuff. But still, people have these things, right? They have events, they have this thing. So, and on a Varalakshmi Ratham, there'll be about 15% attrition, which means out of 18,000, 15% comes to what? How much is 15% of 18,000? Andike cat kare 2,700. She's having a lot. Quantum is king. 2,700 people. What will happen to my production that I have committed to the US client?
Decreases.
Increase unto Hukunta. If you don't send it on time, you kill it. No, next time you will go to some other this thing. There is TiE Export, so many competitors. So when you commit, you better deliver. So for those days, I have to plan for contractual levels and matching the skill set. Not everybody can stitch. So this is a challenge. See, this is also a supply chain challenge. Please don't think always within supply chain until it's only goods, itni chakka, atni goods, no. It's also all the, it's supply chain involves all the M's. Manpower, material. Yeah, of course, machinery, breakdowns and all that stuff that will impact it. And also the money flow. All M's are involved. Now, I love to hear to my voice, keep on, okay, first let me give her a chance. Yes, your example, please. Yes.
So actually, can I speak?
Yes.
So actually, like, previous example, is it sugar supply? With the Taiwan suppliers, like they supply sugar cane. So
Sugar cane.
it's a perishable good, right?
Correct.
So we need to plan the inventory, like for the 2 days.
Excellent. Me drone dinki, she's coming to that. That's the question I wanted to ask. Andike navaddu, because this is a very valid question. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Now let them listen. Let them listen.
Speak hard.
It's a perishable good, right? So we can only store the sugar canes like maximum 5 days.
Sugar cooperative procuring sugar cane from the cooperatives. Sugar processing this thing. Andhra Sugar spawning samal coat and coat. Train pass out fully composed because that is fructose and all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So
they need to.
yeah, did you experience it? You're laughing. Samal coat that na pada. You'll find out wait suddenly you will the nuva. So but that's actually from the sugarcane factory. That is that. Huh? Me homeland. Alva type of yeah.
we need to procure the
Sugarcane,
canes
yes,
from
yes.
the farmers. Right?
Correct.
So they need to ask them before the 3 to 4 days to cut the crop.
Correct.
So they need to plan the tier 2 and the cooperative society. will
Cutting
see-
and this thing
yeah.
for your capacity and
Yeah. But the
yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
factory also need to think about the their and tier 2 suppliers can do the raw materials for seedings and all.
Okay, maybe not tier 2 because it directly sugarcane comes to the factory, తర్వాత వస్తుంది storage and then you process it. And this is exactly the problem that last time I think I pointed out towards you as to how you would manage. Because whether it's spraying of your insecticide or pesticide, you will have a season.
Yeah.
And everybody wants it during that time. This is also the demand for tractors on rental. Everybody wants it during those 10-15 days of either seeding or harvest or this thing.
There is a criteria, sir. Before seeds చేసిన 1 month కి మొక్కలు వచ్చేటప్పుడు ఒక స్ప్రే వాడతారు. అది లైక్ అదర్ ప్లాంట్స్ కూడా అప్పుడే గ్రో అవుతాయంట ప్యారల్ గా. ఆ గ్రాస్ ని పోగొట్టడానికి ఒక స్ప్రే యూజ్ చేస్తారు. ఆ తర్వాత దే యూజ్ టాబ్లెట్స్ లైక్ యూరియా పొటాష్ టాబ్లెట్స్ వచ్చాయి. ఇప్పుడు పౌడర్ చల్లకుండా పౌడర్ అనేది వేస్ట్ అవుతుంది. సో కంటిన్యూస్ వరికి కానీ సమ్ క్రాప్ కానీ కంటిన్యూస్ వాటర్ ఉంటుంది కాబట్టి ఆ టాబ్లెట్స్ వేసేస్తున్నారు. ఆ టాబ్లెట్స్ వేయడంతో దే యూటిలైజింగ్ ఎప్పుడైతే కావాలో అది డిజాల్వ్ అయ్యి వాటర్.
No, but I'm coming to your problem. Whenever that you are required.
I'm coming, sir.
వచ్చింది.
దాని తర్వాత విత్ ఇన్ 1 month వర్షాలు ఎప్పుడైతే పడతాయో అప్పుడు మెయిన్ సీడ్ గ్రో అయ్యే టైంకి ఇన్సెక్ట్స్ అవన్నీ వస్తాయి కదా. ఆ టైంకి పెస్టిసైడ్స్ అందరికి యూజ్ అవుతాయి. సెప్టెంబర్ అండ్ అక్టోబర్ మంత్స్. సెప్టెంబర్ మంత్ మోస్ట్లీ.
సో ఏమవుతుంది అంటే మీ డిమాండ్ అంతా అప్పుడే ఉంటుంది.
సెప్టెంబర్ అండ్ అక్టోబర్.
What will happen is your capacity, how many fields can you, how many acreage can you cover in a day, there is limitation, right? But there is a huge demand. So that will become a challenge for your supply chain because you cannot say today I will procure 100 drones and I will take care of everybody and 12 months I will, or 11 or 10 months I will keep them idle.
So
Not
we can
possible.
outsource,
Huh?
We can outsource.
Outsource where there is no usage, only there are 2 months of usage. Then you have to put you cannot make it agriculture drone. Then you have to make it a general purpose drone for anything and everything. So because only 2 months of usage in a year, what will you do with the 10 months with the drone? తర్వాత మూవీ పెళ్లి షూటింగ్ కి బాలా అంతే.
ఫర్ అగ్రికల్చర్ డ్రోన్ మనం యూటిలైజ్ చేసుకుంటే ఫీల్డ్ కస్టమైజ్ చేసుకునేది నెక్స్ట్.
Now you are going this thing because you say then you will have to get into a spread of there are some places where it's 3 crops. రెండు ఉంటాయి, సమ్ సింగిల్ ఉంటాయి. సో దాన్ని బట్టి మీరు అన్ని చేసుకొని స్కెడ్యూలింగ్ చేసుకొని, సో దాట్ ఈస్ హౌ యూ మేనేజ్ యువర్ సప్లై చైన్ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ఆఫ్ రైట్ స్కెడ్యూలింగ్. That's one this thing. It's a clear optimization of your availability to maximize your income. The same thing. So say when it comes to there is a specific capacity that sugarcane factories are also operate and they are closed for most of the time of the year. You know that?
Yes.
So you own no, but you seen it?
I saw that.
Okay.
Like
jaggery and all that stuff. So there is a specific seasonality and all that stuff. So there is that problem is there. So that is again a supply chain thing. It is like so. Now they are trying to cheat the nature and try to this thing. You will have Sitafal, not even in Sitafal. It is not even Sitakalam, but it is even available in summer and all that stuff. Greenhouse, what do you call it? Is it called greenhouse, where it is controlled environment in which you manufacture, you do all these things. But the cost is higher. So anyhow, now do you want me to continue to do this, where I would love to keep hearing my voice and keep talking, or would I give you an exercise and you do it and then come and present it?
Option 2.
అలా should but this no, she's already half asleep. What? Okay.
Sir, toss in, sir.
Toss in kind లేదు. నేను option 2 నేను పడుకోవాలి కదా మీ పని ఇచ్చి. So I also have to use my this thing, right? So you could probably, how many are there? 3, 6, 9,
14 members.
14.
13 only.
13. రాలే లంచ్కి వెళ్ళి తెలిసి పడుకుంటారు. ఫోటో తెలిసి కదా దట్స్ యోర్స్. Oh, madam is from IIM?
No, Avani.
Oh, Usha madam.
Yeah.
She has got tons of things to do. Okay, no, I thought somebody else. Yeah, Deepak Angal వచ్చుంటారు, రవి అంగల్ని షీస్ ఓకే అంత అవసరం లేదు. అదే కాదు మళ్ళీ చెప్తుంటారు సినిమా అదే సినిమా పెద్ద ఏం లేదు. ఓకే, I think 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4 form into 4 groups. Pick a product of your choice. Map the whole this thing. Map your complete supply chain with and I want you to list the what do you call it? While you map it, I want you to list at each level what are the risks involved. At each level. You imagine whatever product that you're manufacturing or a service that you could be, I'm telling you, there's no this thing, you could be a courier service provider. I don't care because that's also as a supply chain. But you map the whole process, maybe up to tier 2 if there is possibility, and forward supply chain. Map all the constraints and where things can go wrong. Risks involved. That's first part. Risks involved. Risk management. 2 is what all inputs from where do you need to manage your inventory optimal. మీరు ఫిక్స్ అయిపోరు మా అయితే 1 2 3 1 2 3 చెప్పించేస్తారు. First is I want you to map the supply chain. Okay. 2 is at each point, each transaction point, right, between tier 2 to tier 1. Tier 1 to your point of view, from your to the within yours, from your to the first level of point of sale, from there to the next level to the next level to the final consumer. మొత్తం అంతా like mobile అనుకున్నారు, ఏదో product తీసుకోండి. You map the whole thing and at each stage what are all the risks involved. Risks is procurement related, money related, everything, money, material, all the 4 M's. 4 M's related risks at each of the stage. Okay. Oh, you were also, I thought you were just observing, but you were also thinking of stuff. Don't tell me after some time of team set down lecture అందుకే ఏం చేయలేదా. If you are not creating your own teams, I will have to forcefully do it.
Sister there.
ఒక దాంట్లో 4 వస్తారు అంటే వాళ్ళు ప్రారంభం ఇంకో 4 వస్తారు. మరి ఉండదా మీరు ఆయన వచ్చి అమ్మాయి దగ్గర సెట్ అవుతుంది మీరు పిక్ చేసుకుంటే బాధ ఉండదా
జూనియర్స్ మా క్లాస్
అంటే ఆ సినిమాలో అడిగినట్టు ఉంది పోలీస్ కమిషనర్ ఫీల్డ్ అవుదా అనేసి అలాగే జూనియర్స్ వస్తే తన జూనియర్ మరి తనకి జూనియర్ సార్ సీనియర్
ఈ 4 members juniors.
ఇదంటున్నారా
అట్లా సీనియర్స్ కలితే
Okay, it's 3:20. Then I think you can finish this. And once you're done, you tell me. Then you can have your coffee break. Maybe we meet again at 4 o'clock. And 4 అయిపోతుందా? అయిపోతుంది కదా. అది కాఫీ అన్ని అయిపోయిన తర్వాత then you guys.
Supply chain management. First is raw materials, sourcing of raw materials, and then how do you source them from your vendors. It's a complete vendorship management. And then how do you actually maintain that inventory or stock management once you source it from your vendor. And then how do you actually moving forward with your sales and distributions thing, or your CRM, customer relationship management and all. And then it goes for the sale of the product completely to either to the retail stores or wholesalers or any other distributors falling into the criteria. And then once you're giving your product or supplying your product or selling your product to the customer or the end user, you'll be getting the customer feedback or customer engagement process will be taking place. And then again the process actually reverse up, or it's a re-engineering process wherein you take in the feedback. By taking the feedback, you actually implement or amp up all your supply chain management process, just in case to keep in proper way. And risk would be further explained by Anthony.
So the first major thing for the bag manufacturer is the supplier risk, which comes with quality and depending on one supplier. Most of the small manufacturers will be depending on the one supplier. If they are getting any bulk orders like that, there might be a supplier issue. And coming to tier 1, tier 2 suppliers will be like, if you are getting directly from the manufacturer, who are manufacturing the supplier like zippers, buckles, and these tapes and all, it will be cost effective with the direct supplier. When we are going to the middleman like B2B, doing business to business, getting supplier, the cost pricing may impact. And then coming to the production risk. Due to this risks and all, coming to this production, there might be a manufacturing delays, which happens due to the delay of receiving raw materials, because without it's like the same automotives. If you're not having some particular shoulder that is missing from the bag, the pocket cannot be attached. Likewise, it goes step by step. After one step by step, it has to be manufactured. If the one product is missing, the whole production line will be disturbed. And then coming to this, doing to this hardiness of time, some of the labors, as we can say that the skilled labor and unskilled labor. Skilled labor may keep on pushing the time, running behind the time. Like they have to get it in the time. We can say contract basis, like piecework people will do most of it. This hampers the quality of the product, because at the end of the day, they have to finish the product on time where they get paid.
Okay.
And then coming to this inventory area. The major risk is inventory risk, overstocking and understocking. Sometimes due to this demands and all, we may overstock the product depending upon the expectations that we might get. For example, we can take August as a marriage season example for us. So we might think that there will be more orders based on that, the customized bags or gifts which might be given in the marriages and all. But due to this, what we can say demand fluctuations in the current market trend, whereas nobody is that much opting that customized bags, where they are going for this event management coordinators are going with the artificial, small boxes or this gift hampers and all. So this risk might hamper like overstocking and understocking. And then coming to this, the fourth risk is logistics and distribution, which includes transport cost and transport cost also, because the travels, because if you are getting it from Delhi or something, the transportation cost is different. And then getting it from local areas like Vizag and doing it, the cost also changes. And then coming to customs and regulatory, even though we are having all the parts, even though we are having all the process and all, the customs has to clear. Like in the roadways, we have sales tax and all. They'll be keep on checking our vehicles and all. So it has to be matched, and we have to follow the criteria because there might be depends on the vehicle weight and all. So we have to check everything, and we have to proceed with that. And then coming to, there might be warehouse risk like getting thefts or without prior security or long-term consents and all. We may have thefts, demand fluctuations. And then coming to this, majorly for any business, it may be small or bigger business, the main risk is credit risk, where the vendors can't won't be paying in time. It takes some it's hampering that sources of financing. And then again the market risk, demand fluctuations. For example, we can take a COVID, because everything goes on online classes, no schools, no offices, nothing. So there is no use of bags for the in the market. That's then the sales are declined very down. So there might be a risk and demand. The fluctuation in the demand, we cannot expect how it goes and how it rises. Post COVID, it was again it raised unexpected. And then coming to the technical failure, for bags manufacturing, the most thing, it will be the machinery failures, because the machinery is mostly imported from the China, Japan's, this Taiwan's and all. So if it is getting, the services also may get hampered because the machine, techies may not be available in the local areas. For example, when I'm coming to one business which I have seen, their service station is in Chennai, but they are operating here from Ankapai. They used to, if something is getting repaired, they need to get the technicians from Chennai and get it repaired and get it solved. And then the most major thing is labor risk for the manufacturing business, because nowadays, as we can see that everyone is getting, learning any new skills and all they're getting, but skilled labor is getting shortage. Whereas it comes to, for example, we can say before 8 years of this industry, the complete southern part of India is mostly focused on this bags industry. But whereas now it was completely shifted to Bihar, this Delhi and this northern states, where very much we are, we are not getting any skilled labor. So, and then coming to the inputs which helps the inventory optimization was explained by Sumar.
Like we should observe the market trends, what's going on the market, like it's based on the color or the patterns, the compartments of the bags or what they want actually. So we should be forecasting on the demand, like what trends are going on, means what the need they want. And like seasonal and sales pricing, sometimes like in the season of May and April, mostly schools were open. So we should mostly should keep on the schools like school bags. After June and July, we should give more focus on the college bags. So we should be prepared for those seasonal bags and sales and changes. And lead times, we should manage those lead times. Like I have already mentioned that like schools and colleges. So in the month of April and May, we should May and April, like we should be more we should manufacture like college bags. And month of January or February, we should keep more focus on the school bags for the quick point of time. Like if anybody asks the bag inventories or something else, we should be on the time. Like we should give all those bags in the on-time purchases, and we should see on the inventory cost, reorder places, like reorder places. Like if some the order is placed above the units we have, so we should have another route or path to reacquire those bags easier and to deliver them. And we should take safety levels and inventory turnovers, etc.
Okay. Good job. Yeah, initially when he was talking, I knew we didn't get into the very generic. Then he came and he said this thing, saying that he went into this thing. But he started with wedding, but you came back and they saved because the school bags, that's the biggest consumption, school, college. Designs vary, designs.
Different
But yeah, again, skill, you talked about people tailoring and all that stuff, the supply, but in the forward supply chain, one thing that I did not hear from you is the e-commerce, that is the biggest platform for your sales, which is no inventory cost, no this thing. So you start thinking of those things, because you've not taught, you talked of only selling it in the brick and mortar way of hardware through the shops, but you've not looked into the possibility of selling through e-commerce and creating a brand for yourself and all that. Or I don't know, whether you thought you'll only manufacture, give it to somebody who will brand it Aristocrat or something else and then sell it. I was not clear about it.
Yeah, that was the idea, sir. But
So you don't want to brand yourself, but you will only supply it to a brand who will then sell it.
yes.
So you are only a contract manufacturer.
Contract man.
Okay. Then it sounds okay. Yeah, because what would be your challenges with respect to inventory? What was it that you said?
Outstocking, sir. Stock out cost. Like if the customer is coming and asking that we need some product, if you're not, for example, we can say that they are requesting for a laptop bag. We said that we are not having enough resources.
But
so that
you said bags. See, bags could be jute, cloth, leather, resin. You not be a little bit more. You have to be a little bit more specific because bags could mean anything. You rasem, but it did not change.
Resin bags, sir. Not jute and all. It's completely resin.
Resin.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good. Okay. Yes. Next team. Are you? Yeah, you can go ahead.
You continue, bro.
So actually our product is about surveillance cameras.
Okay.
So actually the business is regarding service providers more than sales. So
it is going to be a little bit more clear. You're not, of course, you're not manufacturing, you're sourcing. Are you going to do sales and installation and then service, or only
sales, installation and service, but in terms of sales, we don't go to customers. Actually, the company gives us the clients.
Okay.
In terms of integrated channel partners, we get our clients from the company itself.
Okay.
So coming to the mapping the supply chain.
What is the name? Jokes, tips. What is the name of the company that does that? Huh? No. The company that does only this service part of it. Okay, half asleep. So go ahead.
Coming to the mapping the supply chain, the process comes starting from the company to the integrated channel partners who then diversify and deals with the next vendors. From them, the external vendors in terms of logistics who supply to the service provider or dealer. Next, from them to the survey team, from the survey team to the field engineers, from the field engineers to customer, and from the customer again to the company in terms of feedback.
Where did you get the input from?
Sorry?
No, I'm just, I don't know, you talked so many steps, looks like the cost will become too much. Can you repeat that once, please?
Sure, sir. So starting from the company to the ICP, who deals for the company's clients, integrated channel partners, from them to the external vendors in terms of logistics, who supply the goods, from them to the service provider or dealer, who takes the client calls, from them to the survey team, who are a part of the service provider or dealer, from the survey team to the field engineers or technicians, what we call in a layman term.
That's where you enter. Only there, right? All other place you're not there.
So we are
Where
in
do
the
you enter?
service provider. After ICP, we belong to. Actually, we are a part of ICP in terms of some particular brand like Dahua, CP Plus and all. But companies like Blue Feather, High Vision, they don't give ICPs generally.
Yeah.
They need 10 lakhs of billing or more than in a month.
You worked in this field, is it?
Yes.
So I work and I have this business.
Now I knew. That's why, because how did you know Hisense and all these guys don't do this? Okay. Now good. Yeah, please go ahead. Yes.
So after service provider, the survey team and the field engineers, as I mentioned. After that, the customer. So we provide sales, but not in terms of our customer. The company's customer, we provide sales, and also our main business is into services. We provide the service. That is the major scope of profit for us. After that, from the customer, again we get feedback to the company.
What is service? First time installation or then?
So we deal with both
AMC?
service, repair, AMCs for both corporates and
You have to be
residential.
clear with that. That's why. What are all the services? You have to be clear with that. Okay.
No, sir, we deal with both corporate and institution in terms of sales.
What's the name of your business, just for your
We are having a office in Madhurwada, sir, Secure Technologies.
You usually give it to Manu. Huh? Manu is your big competitor who is in
V Square.
Huh?
You're talking about V Square business.
No. Manu. Manu is the name of the guy. I don't know the name of his business. That's one or two people that we deal with for out here at home and all that stuff.
No, so actually we used to deal in local V Square and this local market, but now we are procuring it directly from Bangalore, Chennai, and Mumbai and all.
No. The guy is a service provider.
No, I'm not aware about.
Okay, anyhow, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So
Coastal systems. You must be knowing Coastal, right?
Sir, Coastal systems. They deal with Dahua, sir. They are all the V Square guys. A V Square building is there. They only deal with this particular business.
What's his name? He comes here. Okay, anyhow, he did it. Coastal systems did this thing. Okay, anyhow, go ahead. Interesting. Go ahead.
So, Sumaya will share the problems we face or the risk involved in particular sectors.
Risk involved in between the company and integrated channel partners, billing of quantity, bulk delivery, production may be delayed for some reasons, next product damage, and there is also some risk elements between integrated channel partners and external vendors. That is
No, when you say
logistics.
product damage, handling warranties, do you handle warranties?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Sir, that also depends in terms of company. For some companies, we have piece-to-piece replacement for 2 years. For some companies, they have their own conceptions. Actually, we don't know about their. That also deals with changes with the camera to camera, sir. Actually, surveillance systems deal with both IP and that regular camera, Wi-Fi camera. So there are a lot of
So
configurations.
if it's a PTZ camera, then maybe you'll go for a replacement and all that because it's a high-end 1 lakh plus kind of thing, right?
They are outdoor ones.
They like outdoor, like the traffic signal where you have a PTZ camera. Yeah, okay.
Wrong delivery or accidental risk, in-time service, transport issues, environmental issues such as any
Environmental, like?
So in terms of natural calamities, strikes of any burns and all.
So are you saying coverage of insurance is part of this thing or why with environment?
No, sir, it's part of logistics.
Oh, when you
Delay in
Yeah,
okay.
delay. Next, risk between the part vendor and service providers.
Logistics and service providers.
Next, inventory unavailable. Sometimes stock may gone off, documentation process problems. Service.
Okay, that's good to know. This is a process issue. Very good. Your documentation takes a longer period of time so that the process gets delayed for final delivery of the service. Okay, that's a good point.
Next, in between service providers and survey team, inappropriate material requirement, data alteration in terms of service delivery, or lack of teams. And in between survey teams and field engineer, we have the risk, lack of proper information transfer, lack of exact evaluation of work. And in between field engineer and customer, we have such risk elements is service delay, communication issues, billing problem, etc. But when we come to the risk between consumer and its feedback, company feedback, ignorance of the service. Some of the customers may not interested in giving feedbacks or false feedback. Or internal problems other than delivery, like missing of billing particulars, etc.
What's your sales channels?
So say only through referrals, sir. We deal with corporate in terms of referrals.
So direct sales only?
Yeah, direct sales.
Okay, good.
Sir, the inputs is yet to be shared.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And these are the inputs to be managed: delivery tracking, lead times, vendor supply relationships, contract management, date management, and data management.
Okay. Okay, good. Technology follow. Yeah, go ahead.
I also saying that.
So like we have taken Vishaka Dairy, like how they procure milk and from where they are taking that. Like tier 1 suppliers to tier 2 suppliers, like back end process. Like they get milk from cooperative societies of the particular village. Like some of the like Aruku side, like Escota, like Penduti and all. Like every village has a separate cooperative society. Each and every family member who has cows and all, they will collect each and every house's milk and they give to the cooperative societies. Like the tier 2 and tier 1 comes to the cooperative societies. The cooperative societies sell their milk to the brand dealers and somewhat. Vishaka Dairy to Vishaka Dairies. Like they transport to the villages to the industry, like manufacturing units. Some of the transportation issues can be happen and due to the boiling point of the milk, and sometimes the milk can be curdled also while coming to the manufacturing unit also. And not at all like that, from after coming to the manufacturing unit, there is a boiling 3-step boiling process, 1-step boiling process, and also some of the milks bacteria infection and all, and also some of the cows also have like health issues. They may suffer from health issues, they may contain many bacteria, and the cleaning is done to the milk.
Not cleaning, it's boiling. It's basically
Yeah,
boil it.
they filter the milk, sir. When they collect the milk, they filter the milk. So it can be, and the process like heating, boiling, and all. Not only they sell the milk, right? They also sell
Sterilization happens, milk sterilization.
sterilization and cuddlings, like forming the paneer and other usable like FMCG goods in the Vishaka Dairy, like ice creams and all. And not only that, they have a storage unit. Like they store each and every item there. Like some of the products they may store in cold storage places, and some should be stored in room temperature also. Like doodh peda and all, they need to store in the room temperature. It can be, and also some ice creams and all we need to store in the cold storages only. Like distribution also, from the manufacturing unit or production unit, the distribution chains run through the customers or else through the wholesalers, like dealers, manufacturer dealers. They go to the retail shops also, like the bulk trucks and all, they contain more loads, the packaged milk packets.
So coming to the risk management, here is a supply chain disruptions due to delay in transportation and quality control risks. So like as she already mentioned that the cows may get sick or pregnant during that time, we are not supposed to provide milk and we can't do. So if there are many cows during having that period of time, so we will get quality control.
What's the instrument used for checking the quality? Vivometer? Yeah, good. I think it's Vivometer. Yeah, good.
And coming to the environmental risks, sir, the impact of dairy farming.
You know the payment is made on the amount of fat that is there in the milk? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
And coming to the environmental risks, impact of dairy farming water usage and energy consumption. And operational risks are equipment failure, like power during power cut or whatever, machinery failures. Inputs.
Like from the packaging unit to the final consumers, there are many levels in that too. Like from the manufacturing and packaging units, they store the products in some godowns and all, and from the godowns it distributes to the retail shops and wholesale shops. Like they have Vishaka Dairy points and all. Vishaka Dairy points to the person comes to the some small vehicles and all, they put the load in that vehicles, and they select some locations or some routes. Through that they will go through that roads, they will sell to the shopkeepers, small shopkeepers. From the small shopkeepers, the final consumers that will be consumed.
Okay, 2 or 3 things that you missed.
Yeah, like there is many risk points here too.
No, things that you missed.
Okay.
One is the sale points are just not this thing. There are points which are also in railway stations and other things, which is not milk packets but all consumer goods, which is right from. Okay, milk could be value-added milk, which is rose milk, the hot badam milk, to all your doodh pedas, to paneers, to kova, to they sell all that stuff. Okay, that's one. Two is they already have a shortage of milk collection. I think you don't know that.
Yes, sir. That's the risk. Like sometimes in the Kartik Masam and all, they have heavy consumption milk, so that they offer to the border. So there is a milk shortage that time.
So every day there is a shortage of milk.
Okay.
And about 40% of the milk comes in powder form from Gujarat and is stored and converted to milk, and it is done. Not many people know, because I know I've been in that. There was something that they wanted me to help in setting up a curd stuff. I get that, so I know that. So they don't have enough milk to be procured. So anyhow, good job. Okay, done.
Risk is like competitors, market competitors.
Yeah, that's always good. They're not the only people in the market. Yes? Again, flying drones or something else?
No, sir, this is completely different. Okay, I'll give it as crisp and clear as possible. So, in the world of commerce, there are lots of things. E-commerce is there. One of the concepts which there is local commerce. That actually means that retailers selling.
Called hyperlocal.
Hyperlocal. So what I want to do is I want to bring the local commerce into e-commerce again. So the in concise it will be like Amazon only for Vizag.
Yeah.
So what will happen is there are some products other than groceries and all which will go into quick commerce again.
Which is your Swiggy Instamart.
Yeah, something like that. So that's the choice which I've made.
A big basket, depending upon what you want to sell.
What you want to sell, exactly. So what we'll do is that we'll connect to all the retailers present here. Let's say that I want to buy a mobile phone or something. So I'll have all the retailers in Visakhapatnam onboarded on the platform, and we'll be procuring from that. So with for example, I'm buying this phone Moto. So I'll order it on the platform. Everything will be similar as Amazon or all the other kinds of stuff. It's just that the time of delivery will not be 2 days. It will be 2 hours, 3 hours max. So this is the workflow which we thought. So
who owns the inventory?
So there will the inventory is completely handled by the retail store owner. We will not have any inventory.
Tell me what is the biggest challenge?
The biggest challenge which I thought is that out of stock options. Like let's say there are 2 customers on the retail store who are ready to buy 2 products, same products, and there are 2 products on the stock, and I'm making it visible on the platform too. If a guy is coming to order here and 2 things are already sold here, the intimation should go really fast. So it should be
That is the biggest problem in what you call it, any of these sales with respect to Kirana stores and all that.
Yeah, yes.
Who is keeping an update on the inventory?
Inventory, yes.
So that's the reason that models are failing.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Because nobody knows
how to figure that out. But I am thinking of another way to figure it out, sir. But I don't know how much it will work. So since you're talking about risk, I'm not bringing that up. That would be one of the biggest problem, and the second problem would be customer support and all these kinds of things.
So only mobiles or something else?
No, sir. What all the things which okay, so basically we are trying to focus on dead stock, to be frank. So I want to clear up the problem of dead stock which exists in these retail stores or all these kinds of things through local e-commerce.
But how? By giving highly discounted price?
Yeah. Coupon, we'll give the discounts and all every person gives, sir, but keeping it in an online platform with the discounts and with a faster delivery might trigger the person to buy it. So this is just in an idea phase.
It may impact on the original cost.
Within a span of 1
Why
or
will it impact? That's okay, because it's a dead inventory anyhow that is not moving.
and in that inventory we have a more chance of taking higher share of the sale. We are completely focused on sales. We don't get into all the kinds of sales, customer support and delivery, that's it.
So these are only, you cannot say anything and everything I will sell.
No sir, we have to pick a niche.
No, will you sell vegetables?
No sir.
That's what you're saying, you can't sell perishables.
No, we can't. We will not be selling vegetables, grocery products.
Dead inventory in perishables like fish is dead. You can, it's
exactly, we will not be selling
dead. It is, what do you call it? It's smelly. It is stinky.
Exactly.
So you cannot take that. It's out. So I think we're talking about only products.
Products, yes sir. Let's say there is a clothing store. They will obviously have that stock that is very common outside. So we can maybe get into online because nowadays the people are becoming in such a way that they are trusting more. They're getting into more trust with the online products. And if the delivery rate is even faster, and we come there and open and show them the product, it's sold.
And if they don't want it, immediate return?
Yeah, immediate return, sir. The Flipkart has this option that they're coming and they're opening and showing it to the product and then they are closing. Yeah, so that procedure performing here would be even better, even fast, even efficient. Even let's say the person said no, we can get it back into the retailer's warehouse within half an hour or 45 minutes to 1 hour max.
Two big challenges out here because people have tried this and not been very successful is because of inventory. How do you ensure that the inventory is live and every product which is dead? See, these are models, you will have hundreds of this. But if you take this and a specific design, only one is left. So who will take the picture, who will put it, who will create the content for it and write about the shirt, this thing. All that stuff is the challenge. One is the content, two is the inventory status, the live inventory status, and the third thing is handling warranties and other stuff. That's the third. There was one more thing that was about to talk of. Yeah, the cost of launch will be very high. But how will people know that you have something like that? People know maybe.
But at the same time,
very similar to that. Okay, it's not that in the US and all that there is something called yard sales and all that stuff. People who don't need anything, they put it on this thing, and in the Sundays you go around and you can buy things which is $50, $10, $5. They don't need it. Instead of throwing it, some people put a yard sale. And that everything was got into this thing, into a website called Sulekha. Now Sulekha has changed itself. So this is like a yard sale online.
Yeah.
So that is there, but product warranty, if something is bad, something goes wrong, how will you be responsible? What is the mistake? So those things and
compliance.
Logistics can be managed because there are hyperlocal like Ritos and other companies are there which will deliver. Yeah, but for every product or every this thing that they're going to put it on dead inventory. So your site could sometimes have lots of products or sometimes might not have anything.
Yeah, that would be dynamic, sir.
That's
it would
what
depend.
It might piss me off if I come and I don't find anything on your website.
Yeah, sir, that is true. So that is one problem which I am trying to figure out. But at least some minimum set of products should constantly be there. So what I was thinking is in two ways. Dead stock, anyways, will
we did a project for a company called TiE, MINTE. These are second-hand mobiles and mobile phones which the model is out. iPhone 12s, 13s and all that, new phones, but inventory not cleared. Or a Samsung FE 2022 edition or 23 edition, something like that, which are priced downwards and they're available with it. They're doing about 200 crores, only mobiles, if you want to do a comparison with this thing. Okay.
So I'll do the basic customer research. I'll again get to that. I'm not done there. It's just an instant idea.
Okay. Yeah. Why not? But there are people there who try to do it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Great. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any final questions? Or we had enough for the day? Time to go. చీకటి పడే లోపల ఇంటికి రాకపోతే మా పేరెంట్స్ తిడతారు. ఇదేమొచ్చి ప్రోడక్ట్ ఇదేమొచ్చి 6 months అమ్మలేదు. తర్వాత వచ్చి వీళ్ళు డిస్కౌంట్ చేసేసి ప్రాసెస్ ఇన్వెంటరీ ఎందుకంటే హోల్డింగ్ ఇన్వెంటరీ క్యాష్ కూడా లేదు కదా అది
బికాస్ ఓన్లీ ఆన్లైన్ వాళ్ళు అదే
అందరికి క్లోదింగ్ ఏమైపోతుంది ఇదే వాడిసలు పెట్టలేదు అంటే దట్ వాట్ ఎక్స్పైరీ పీరియడ్ ఎక్స్పైరీ ఉంటుంది కదా. It's only that you already know that it is 2022 model or something like that. When you come there, they directly say this is US lo kuda meer elli chudante. There is sale and people crave and go for those. It's called factory sale అని ఒకటి ఉంటుంది, డెడ్ ఇన్వెంటరీ క్లియరెన్స్ సేల్ అని ఉంటుంది. ఇన్వెంటరీ ఎందుకు ఇక్కడే CMR అన్ని కూడా ఆషాఢం క్లియరెన్స్ సేల్ అంటాడు అయిపోయిన తర్వాత ఆల్ అ కామన్ థింగ్. అది ఒక 50% పెంచేసి ఒక 60-70% తగ్గించేసి ఏదో చేసి 80% ఆఫ్ 90% ఆఫ్ ఆల్ దీస్ ఆర్ ఆల్ స్ట్రాటజీస్. యా ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఐ హోప్ ఇట్ వాజ్ ఓకే. Okay, all the best. I think you have session tomorrow also, right?
Yes.